Chapter 29. Dahlias, the return to the Grand Feu, driving lessons, and the spitting. First they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. Gandhi. We are now heading towards May 2017. The weather is getting warmer and I am trying to get some sort of normal life back. My plants from Halls of Edden, a nursery in Edden, England, not far from the famous Hadrian's Wall, were potted up when they arrived, and now it was time to plant them out. My dahlias. Why dahlias? I don't know, I just love them. They are very giving, and once in the ground and supported, they last until the first frost. In the Victorian era, they were grown for the tubers, which were eaten. But I am sure they will have used the beautiful flowers too. How could they not? My granddad Sam always grew dahlias, and I remember seeing them growing, but he only had the purple and white ones. Funny enough, out of about 50 plants that I have, I don't have that. I think it's called Mystery Day. I remember my granddad carefully wrapping them in newspaper in late autumn and placing them in boxes under the spare room's bed. It was a ritual he did every year, and each year he would separate some tubers so he would have some new plants for the spring. He would only plant them out when all the chance of frost in spring had gone. I have the same ritual now. Around the end of October, depending on the weather, I start to dig my tubers up. Often I have objections from the bees who have spent the summer visiting the beautiful flowers. This last year, 2020, I had to buy bigger plastic boxes because the tubers had doubled in size. Then I take my surplus soil off, place them in the box and cover them with empty paper feed sacks and find a frost-free place for them. Once or twice I check them during the winter and spray them with water if the tubers look to be drying out. Around April or May I start putting them back in the garden. Once in, they need no attention except watering in dry spells. Give them support, some can grow tall, dead-heading and cutting the beautiful flowers for the house and to give to friends. At first I got this ritual wrong, but now I have learnt from my mistakes and managed to overwinter them, just as my granddad used to. One of my biggest helps, however, came from the Halls of Edden nursery in the UK. They have been growing and showing for over 100 years. The history and story of their journey is in a wonderful book called The Highs and Lows of a Nurseryman. The story of Halls of Edden, Morton Stanley Hall. I was told about this company by Rob, the electrician's dad, who showed dahlias and always got his new plants from them. They are a company not only of knowledge and expertise, especially in dahlias and chrysanthemums, but also with their kindness and genuine interest in the needs of their customers. I can no longer get orders from them because of government regulations on EU shipping, but at least up until January 2020, I was able to stock up and now have a wonderful display of very good quality plants. I did, however, lose some of my plants after my accident, and then again in 2017 due to certain events that occurred in the middle to the end of 2017. But I managed to restock some in 2018 and 2019. Just like my music, these plants were my medication, my therapy, my healing, my need to make my body work, to get them planted and the need to see their beauty, to care for and love an honest real thing in my life when all around me I was being given ugliness, dishonesty, cruelty and false realities. I was forced to look at these things and have them shoved in my face. But my dahlias were not just beautiful plants, they were my friends, my sanity, and my guidance to hope, a hope of a better days ahead, allowing me to see that not all of this beautiful planet which we live on is filled with ugliness and deception, but that there are things provided free to us with an unconditional love. All Mother Nature asks for in return for these gifts is kindness, appreciation, acceptance, and a love of these gifts. These gifts allowing the soul to breathe and sing from the energy they offer. Harvey was still working at Lion d'Or restaurant at this time. Doing his coursework and his exams for his first year were coming up. Harvey was very busy, working hard and never complained. He still pulled his weight a lot at the home because I was still so unsteady and weak. Attempting to take care of the pigs was not a sensible option. Harvey often worked late, not getting home till after midnight. Not that at his age of 16 it was correct or legal. But he did it, and the more he did, the more that they expected him to do. Rob constantly moaned about having to pick Harvey up, and even took money off him for petrol. A thing I wouldn't have done, seeing as he was only getting around €2 an hour. But I was already struggling with some of Rob's actions and attitudes, so I kept quiet. What could I do? I couldn't drive. I was only just hobbling about, and Rob wasn't even working much. But that didn't stop the complaining. Then late one Friday night, Harvey came to see me in the hospital bed that was set up downstairs. He was obviously very stressed, trying not to show his anguish, and I said, "What's up, Harvey?" His reply, "What if I don't want to go back, Mum?" So we had a chat about how he was being treated. I said, "Don't go back if you are so unhappy. I will support your decision." Basically, he never finished when he was supposed to. Didn't get any extra payment for it. He was being abused, really. I said, "If you go tomorrow or don't, I understand and support you." He did go back the next day, but rang to say he would be finishing late, which annoyed Rob. I said, "Just go get him. He isn't even legally meant to be doing all these hours at the age of 16. But drama from Rob. When Harvey finally got back, Rob was not happy. Harvey was trying to please everyone. I was useless and couldn't fix it. I said, "Harvey, you have your exams on Monday. You shouldn't even be working again on Sunday. I will come as well to pick you up, and I will come into the restaurant and get you." For some reason, Rob never went in, but sat in the car, so they often didn't tell Harvey he was even there when the staff saw Rob sat there. So, on Sunday, I went with Rob at the correct time that Harvey should have finished and hobbled with my stick into the restaurant. Harvey looked uncomfortable and stressed. He came out and said, "I just need to finish some desserts, but I don't know how long I will be." "No problem," I said. "I will sit and wait." There was a party of 80 people in, as well as a full restaurant. Harvey should have finished nearly 40 minutes ago. I sat and waited. Rob went back to do the animals. It was a very hot day, and they needed feeding and watering, and also Elliot was still at home. The woman in charge wasn't happy to see me sat there, but she couldn't avoid passing me because of where I was sat. She had to acknowledge me and came to give me some bullshit. I said, he should have finished at least 30 minutes ago, and he has got his final exams tomorrow. When is he going to rest and prepare for that? She didn't even know he had his exam. That's how much training and supervision he was getting. She didn't like it, so decided to call a meeting with myself and Harvey. She spoke perfect English until she didn't want to answer my questions, and then she ignored me and started talking or picking on Harvey, by the expression on his face, in French. I won't go into all the details, but basically they didn't give a shit about his apprenticeship and were abusing his kind nature and hard work ethic. She then disappeared and went into hiding, but I just continued to sit, waiting. She did at one point come back and in perfect English came out to say, "I like you, but I don't agree with you." My reply, "Hey, I don't need you to like me. I don't care. It's my son's welfare I care about." I thought to myself, you have sat there, told me he should be getting a motorbike to ride late at night in winter on dangerous roads not far from the place of my accident, and then insinuate that there are other issues going on with Harvey's unhappiness, and you think I need you to like me? Go multiply, I thought. You have managed along with your husband to knock all the passion Harvey had for his cooking just because you hate your job. Eventually Harvey finished and Rob came back and we left. Harvey knackered but still had to do his exam on Monday. Harvey was at his college all week, did his exam and decided to leave the college. One of his tutors tried to make him stay because he said he had so much potential. But Harvey's heart was no longer in it, and so he decided to leave. He phoned the restaurant to ask if he could call on Friday on his way back home to see his boss, but he said he didn't have any time to see him. Harvey wanted to explain face to face what he had decided. A young man with the right frame of mind of how things should be done in such a situation. The adult, however, his so-called boss, wouldn't even give him 10 minutes of his time. Harvey therefore had to tell them on Monday when he went back, and they said he had to work another 2 weeks before he could leave. He hated the atmosphere and now they treated him, but he went. I personally would have had a long bout of sickness and not given them another minute of my time. Harvey got himself a place at the lycée in Brisbane to start a 3-year back general. I suppose the equivalent to A-levels in my day, and then he could decide what he wanted to do after that. Elliot was glad that his big brother would at least be at home for some of the summer holidays. They were both due back around the 2nd of September. Meanwhile, I had a little holiday of my own back at the Grand Fair. I recorded this, so that is what I will document now.
Hi. Well, it's probably about the 9th of July 2017. I haven't spoken to you in quite a while. In fact, I don't know last time I spoke to you, but there's been quite a few things going on. I probably spoke to you after the court case, which was in April. And now listen and check that I have, and I won't repeat myself here. And after the operation on my left wrist, I probably haven't spoken to you about visiting the doctor again. And basically, I've got till October to decide what to do with my right leg, which is full of metal. The doctor, Pichu, sort of put me off, saying, yes, there's lots of risk of infection, you could break the bone, there's a risk in any operation, and it won't give you any more mobility. I sort of don't really agree with that, because I'm convinced from day one that one of the bolts in my knee was too long, and it's definitely restricting movement, because I cannot squat, and I haven't got full range of movement. I know I haven't really started training my legs out again yet. That's the next thing I hope to achieve. But I am doing quite a bit of moving and walking about and generally activities. So the muscles come back in that sense, but there's no depth of muscle in my quads. I haven't physically trained them. So I don't see why I can't squat unless it's the ankle. The ankle cannot be removed, the metal in the ankle cannot be removed because the bone is laid down on it, so that will never be removed. And it's the areas he's got to go in with. My fear was that if he damages anything in my knee joint, my ligaments or my cruciate, then, which I actually think are alright at the moment, then, or a nerve, or there's always risks. But I'm now at the moment at the Grand Fair. I've been here since Monday. I'm here in the house, which is great because I don't have to go in a restaurant, believe me. You can survive here if you don't have to go in the restaurant. So I can choose what I eat, and people don't come in 3 times a night to see if you're still alive. So although it's adapted and you've got only a buzzer or a phone call away from help, you're left alone really. I'm here because I'm going to learn to drive. Unfortunately, I found out yesterday, which is quite annoying because they must have known before, or somebody didn't bother to find out, that I can't continue next week and I take my examination because I haven't got a French licence, I've only got an English licence. Well, if they let me know that, I could have got it changed before I came in. So I have therefore cancelled next week's lessons. Don't see point in paying €42 an hour when I might not even get my exam till September or October. And then I had my lesson today. The instructor's good. The lessons are hard. On the first lesson, I was literally 3 minutes away from getting back here, and bust his front tyre on a curb. I know it's probably my fault, but to be honest, he didn't give me a lot of notice when to turn, so I oversteered and it was a fairly big curve. But it's bizarre that it just went down, so he had to change the tyre. No damage to the car, but a formula pit stop it was not, but the tyre was changed. And we continued, so that was a bit difficult my first time. The adaptation is also difficult because I'm on like a joystick thing with some buttons at the top that are for indications, but when you're going round and round about, it's quite difficult because it drops due to gravity and you're trying to hold on to the steering wheel fingers and indicate at the same time. It is extremely annoying. I need to invent something better. I don't know why. It's so complicated. I'm sure it could be easier. Anyway, so I went out this morning. So I've gone out Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Today it's fine. He seems pleased with me. He's taking me on some difficult routes. But the problems, lots of problems to be overcome. One, I've never driven a left-handed car. Never driven up left-hand in a left-handed car. Don't know the car. Don't know the roads because I don't know where he's taking me. Don't even know where I'm wanting to go because I have to wait for him to instruct me, and then it's in French. So you're trying to concentrate on the road, trying to listen to French, and then you've got to transfer it into English. And then you've got to drive with one hand with a thing that keeps falling down. Talk about. But anyway, I've only busted a tyre, I haven't done anything else. So, now, I'm booked in here for 2 weeks. I've made the decision to stay for 2 weeks. And then I'm just going to stop because I don't know if I'm recording this right.
7 minutes.
I'm back. Everything's okay. It's just that this screen isn't working very well. But anyway, I think I'm not recording over recording. So I have decided to come back here next week, even though I'm cancelling my driving lessons, because I need to get all the paperwork correct. I'm booked in here. I really need the space away from everything and everybody because I realised that since the accident, as I described to Corinne, Penelope has not been with Penelope. I've not had the chance to just be. And it's a nice place. It is a house, really. I'm having to deal with things on my own. I'm having quietness. I don't have to tidy up after anybody. I don't have to talk to anybody if I don't want to. I just think it's really, really important to have that time because since the accident, I've never been on my own. When you could drive, you could even nipping down to the shop, you have your 10 minutes on your own without anybody around you. And seeing as I'm such an independent person and always have thrived on my own company, I think it was a key to progress. I just needed a break. I also seriously think that Rob and Elliot need to go away for a few days for a little holiday. But we'll see if we can persuade them. It's been at times really difficult at home. And at times I really wanted to just be left alone and on my own. But coming here I've sort of realised that a lot of things you have time to think. I realise that I have to accept that it's early days. My mind is still up and down. My mind is still healing, recovering, whatever it's doing. My body's getting stronger, although it's still not as it was. I now need to find a way of dealing with my mind. There's lots of issues, really. The accident, the court case, my age, my injuries, my hand, my memories that I can't remember. I suppose post-traumatic stress syndrome I probably wouldn't get diagnosed with. But
3 minutes. The recording just stopped, and I didn't record again until October, so it was either someone arrived or the batteries died. But I will continue from memory up until October 2017. In the second week of being back at the Grand Fair, with a lot of help from Corinne, we got the paperwork sorted out, and even Elliot came to stay with me for a few nights. We also went to sort out my driving licence because the place was actually in Niort, the same place as the Grand Fair. It made sense to do it while I was in Niort. It was the middle of July, and often a lot of things close for 3 weeks in August for the holidays in France. If I wanted to be driving, I had some lessons booked for September. Then the paperwork had to be done before August. I also had a meeting with the doctor and a few others in the second week at the Grand Fair, and that's when I announced my new goal. In the meeting at the Grand Fair, we talked about progress and my goals. In the house I was staying in, it had a TV. At first, I was happy for this novelty. Remember, we didn't have a connection to TV, we just watched DVDs. It's so stop and start. Whatever you are watching, interrupted by advertisements. You have no choice but to constantly flick the channels. There were some positive things that I got from it though. 2 of them being programmes I hadn't watched for years, which Santa then kindly got me one Christmas. The 2 programmes being Little House on the Prairie, which Elliot loved, and Desperate Housewives, which I absorbed and enjoyed over the winter months. A third thing that came out of it was the announcement that it was between Los Angeles and Paris who would get the 2024 Olympics, which would also mean whoever got it would also get the Paralympics. The decision was instant. It was like a message directly given to me. I knew it would be in Paris, even though it hadn't been decided. So I would train and get there, no problem. Mental challenge set, game on. But what sport? In the Grand Fair, a few times a week, there is a small bureau run by Handisport to help and advise people with handicaps to find a sport. I headed there during the week to see what the Paralympics had to offer. My logic was to aim high, and you may get there. Aim low, and you are limiting your own potential. Corinne helped me to look on the internet. I still didn't have a phone, and I had no desire for one of those spy phones, smartphones to you. When the doctor in the meeting asked me my goals, I told him and the others in the meeting my goals. The doctor laughed, a reaction that would be repeated time and time again. I told the doctor it was not a joke and that was my goal. I said it's probably going to be in France anyway, so it makes more sense to aim for it. And you can all be my team and go with me too. The doctor said he would prefer Los Angeles. I said that's only because of all the boob jobs that they have over there. But now it seems the UK and Europe is following the same trend. I had my own plastic surgeon in Nantes hospital, did all that stuff. But after all the operations, cutting open, chopping off, I had and would still have to have done in the future, I struggled to see how anyone would voluntarily ask for such an invasive intervention when it was not a life-threatening situation. What sport? The doctor asked. Haltérophilie, I replied. Oh, okay, was the doctor's response. I know it will be difficult with one hand, but I used to compete in bodybuilding and I love training with weights and my body needs to be built up again. Weights will do that, was my answer. Haltérophilie is French for powerlifting, and in the Paralympics they only do the one movement, which is the bench press. So all I have to do now is make the thing that they made for me in the Grand Fair more solid and practical, so I could place the barbell in it to bench. It was very early days, not something that had really been attempted before, but my theory was that sprinters use their prosthesis leg to race in the Olympics. I just need to design something for Stubby. There are two sayings that come to mind. Impossible is not a fact, it is an opinion. Things are impossible until someone does it. And how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. If I listened to the naysayers or took on board the facial expressions of those I told, even the professionals, I would fill my mind with doubt and questions. I knew this would be a lonely road to travel, but I knew what it meant to walk along the lonely street of dreams, as the song by Whitesnake says. This song described my position perfectly. Here I go again, on my own. At this point in time, my understanding of on my own was more that I alone could get my arse training. I alone would have to find the way, the drive and desire to train hard, and I alone needed to focus on my dreams. I knew or thought I wouldn't literally be alone on my own. I had my friends and Rob. But my above interpretation of the word alone would be changed in the coming weeks and months. I left the Grand Fair grateful, happy that I could now rebuild my shattered life. Yes, I knew I had the ongoing court case, but the quality and depth of the second national expert, Mark Push, categorically concluding that I could not have caused the accident and even challenged the legal aspect of using such unprotected and contaminated evidence, that was the cars. The cars were not even protected from the elements, which gave me hope that the truth would come out. Also, I had been back driving and it felt good, liberating me and giving me my independence back. Hopefully, when I passed my test in September, my future was looking up. As I write this and got to this part of my journey, I questioned how detailed should it be. Should I just skim over it, not say how it felt and how it affected me? But I had to include the facts, the actions and the consequences that resulted from these facts and actions, so I couldn't leave details out. It is my take on things, what I experienced, watched, heard and felt. Those involved may have a different take on things, but that's their story and experience, and not how I felt and experienced it. While writing this book, there are questions I continue to ask myself. Why are you writing this? From where are you writing this? Is it anger, bitterness, revenge? If so, that is a total waste of time. It's not healthy, and it also means I wish to continue to carry these heavy burdens, which I don't. So, all events had to be included to allow closure and healing. Forgiveness is so powerful and healing. It's the only way anyone can move on from pain, disappointment and cruelty. Forgiveness is for your own soul, not for the ones you are forgiving. It sets you free to live your life with peace and harmony. But giving forgiveness doesn't mean hiding the truth. If the truth is hidden, then forgiveness is powerless, and healing cannot take place. Up until this point, things had been a strain. There were many arguments, and it would take me years later to realise that all the red flags had been there, but I just wanted a quiet, peaceful life with no sneaky behaviour, lies or shouting. But somehow, that's all there was. My accident should have made it so much better. After all, I very nearly died. But my accident seemed to piss Rob off, and the fact that he now needed to take care of the family and a disabled person was not part of his plan. Looking back, I was despised by the man I'd given up my world to build a new one with. One ignores and ignores the signs because we just want to fix it, and it's probably all my fault anyway. Well, that's what I kept getting told. But then, one day, one act occurs which changes everything. It gives you a whole new view of your situation, and it happens instantly. No questions, no doubt, no self-blame, and not even a second thought. You are done. The universe shows you your reality, which it has been trying to show you for years. But this time you take notice. The thing that brought me to my senses happened at the end of July 2017. We had been invited to Audrey's birthday party in the village, and although I was still weak and tired, I agreed to go. Talking to people was tiring for me. I was still struggling with getting comfortable sitting and still had a lot of pain, so a couple of hours would have been more than enough for me. But Rob was knocking the drinks back like they were going out of fashion. Eventually I had had enough. It was starting to drop dark and the chickens needed putting away. I was struggling to get them in their house and ask for help. Elliot was moaning and complaining. I was tired and in pain and lost my patience. I said, "Don't bother, I'll do it myself." Then an argument started. Rob, being well and truly cocky with his booze, ignited the situation. I limped off, swearing and cursing to myself, telling myself just to leave them, go to bed, and not to get into yet another argument, especially with the amount of alcohol Rob had drunk. I had not drunk any. I went inside and was sorting out the tropical fish before I went to bed. Rob came in and carried it on. Then another argument. We were in the hallway in front of the fish tank. There are outside doors at both ends with glass so you can see in. Harvey was at one door and Elliot at the other, on their way in to the house. The argument continued, and then Rob came close up to my face and spat at my face with such a look of contempt and hatred, which then started a physical fight, and I ended up at the other end of the hall. Though I was being pushed in a violent and forceful way, I fought back, but couldn't do too much because of my unstable leg and my one arm. But I bloody tried. The bastard had just spat in my face. I wasn't going to put up with that. When I saw my two boys and their fear on their faces, I thought, that's it, I'm done. But then, I don't know who this statement from Rob was aimed at, but he said, "Don't ever hit a woman, boys." No, but but you can spit at it and push your disabled mother from one side of the hallway to the other. That's okay. I never got an apology for him spitting in my face, but in a way, it was the kindest thing he could have ever done for me. Now I realised who he really was, and if I was prepared to stay with a person who could spit in my face, what sort of person does that make me? I had to get me and the boys away from this toxic atmosphere. How, I didn't know. But from that moment on, I never once argued again with him in front of the boys. I had no respect, no love, and not even any anger for this man. He had just given me the best gift ever. My freedom to become me again. I took myself off to bed, and that was the end of another day in paradise. So now we are not talking, but I needed things to move on, and for all our sakes. Rob carried on, pretending it never happened. I think it was easy for his ego to let himself believe that he hadn't stooped that low to spit into someone's face. I had no doubt in the months to come, and even years, this little factor of our breakup would not be mentioned. His ego and how others saw him being his main concern, not the welfare of others like his partner or family. He had to spread the word that I was crazy, violent, unreasonable, and God knows what else. I quickly found out who my friends were, and so I kept silent and to myself. The only two people that mattered, Harvey and Elliot, knew the truth, lived with the ugliness, saw their mum at her worst, and saw the reactions and actions given to her. I believe everyone involved has a contribution to these situations, and it is never just down to one person. Where I was open and public with my feelings, anger and my sheer frustrations of not being able to do the simplest things, Rob was quiet, laughing, eyes rolling, charming in public, and wore many masks. I was authentic and raw, and it made Rob's task of being the victim so much easier, and people around us were starting to make judgments and feel sorry for poor Rob. The next day I tried to talk to him and said, "You need to move out." His reply, "How can I? I have nowhere to go and no money." My reply, "Get a job then. You have had the form for apples since May. Hand it in. They start thinning out in August." I then said, "We need to sell this place." His reply, "You wouldn't get anything for it. Look at the state of the place." We were outside in the front of the barn. I looked around at the untidiness and the unkempt wilderness surrounding us and thought, yeah, and who's the untidy one? I then suggested I would leave. He could have the house. I didn't want any money. Just Harvey and Elliot's name on the deeds when my name came off. The reply, "I am never going to fucking do that." My response, "Well, if you are saying it isn't worth anything, the boys can have my share rather than sell it for peanuts. They need somewhere to live." With that suggestion, he stormed into the house. This conversation being continued in the kitchen, where suddenly Rob's view of the value of the house tripled. There was no possibility of discussing any practical solution. Rob's conclusion was things were good. I wasn't talking to him, so he was happy. My concluding statement was, "Okay, I will move out. I can't work, handicapped, waiting for more operations, on charge for double murder, can't drive, but I will move out. A few days later, I had already arranged to go with Sheila to get a phone. I still hadn't been given one that I could actually phone people with, and I had given Eric his back as soon as I had left the Grand Fair. As Sheila drove us to the phone shop, I told her about my situation and did she know of anywhere that was available for me to move into. She said she would ask around and let me know. The following weeks were not pleasant. I kept out of Rob's way, but did try and talk about getting it sorted out. He was adamant he was never going to leave the house. I think it was his weapon to use against me, for he knew I loved the house, the animals, and had worked hard trying to make it a home, even with all the boxes and the hundreds of unfinished jobs. But something had happened inside of me the moment he had spat in my face. It was an instant feeling of death, loss, ending, and pain, which had broken my spirit. All I wanted now was peace and quiet, and to try to learn to live with my disabilities, and to work through all the challenges that were being hurled at me. I was physically, mentally, and spiritually drained, exhausted. I needed to start to think about my health, my welfare, and my future. If I didn't remove myself from a difficult, loveless relationship, I would be alive, but dead inside. The faces of Harvey and Elliot as they watched us arguing and fighting, which would turn out to be the catalyst for their future, told me this was not how children should spend their teenage years, or any years. They deserved better than that. They didn't have any choices or could move away. They were more stuck than me. It was my responsibility and desire to make this situation better for them. If Rob wouldn't leave, I must find a way to leave. Harvey and Elliot deserved better. End of chapter. Chapter 30. Peace Pad, my daily walk, a driving test, a trip to the UK, and the announcement. Pain is temporary, quitting is permanent. Unknown. Sheila had found me somewhere to move to, and she took me to see it, and I accepted with gratitude. I moved in on the 9th of August 2017. I couldn't take much with me, just some clothes and toiletries. I couldn't exactly ask Rob to help. This place was like the barn part of the house that Sheila's friend Debbie had bought. You walked into a space that had a sink, an electric hob, and then you walked through an area with a bath, sink and a toilet, into another small area which had 2 single beds in it. This room having a connecting door to the main house where Debbie lived. It was very compact and no windows, but it was my place of peace and quiet, a sanctuary from the hell I had been trying to survive in, healing and become strong again in. Here I was given the space to begin my healing without judgment, resistance, conflict or mental manipulation. My shattered body and mind were allowed to be without input and demands from the environment which it now found itself in. I called the place my peace pad. I had this little white DVD player that Claire and Stephen had gifted me while I was in the Grand Fair. I had got myself a smartphone, so I could get access to my emails, which may include information on the court case. I could, for the first time since my accident, contact and talk to my friends. Chatting to them was therapy in itself. I didn't know where I was going and how I would get there, but I had made the first step. I was on my own, but in reality, I always had been. In August, about a week after I left, it had been arranged prior that Phil, Sharon, Claire, Stephen and Lewis would come round for some food for Rob's birthday, the 18th. Rob was joking, laughing and drinking like nothing had happened. It was a show, but that's not how I am. I couldn't put a mask on. I was still raw from the incident and unbelieving about the spitting and the lack of shame shown by Rob. Claire, Sharon and I went to sit on the bench outside. The Dahlias looked beautiful and I needed to get away from the act that Rob was performing in the kitchen. They all knew of the incident, but it didn't seem to bother them that much. But I just couldn't accept the spitting. The conversation was what had become a regular topic, the animals. Why have you got so many? Why don't you get rid of them all? On and on it went. My response being, do you ask Rob why he hasn't even started making the gates? Why the pigs still get out? Why there are 3 times as many animals now than before my accident, all running around where the hell they want to? Have you asked Rob any of this? Claire's response, well, if it was me, Stephen would say I would have to get on with it. Myself. Sharon also giving her opinion. What about the spitting in my face then? Is that okay? In the end, I got up and said, if you think Rob's so fucking wonderful, you'll live with him. I then left to walk back to Peace Pad. I have no doubt I served Rob's little plan of making everybody think I was angry, unreasonable and crazy, and no doubt it was discussed around my kitchen table in my absence. I had just helped Rob's cause, plan and escape route. I knew Claire and Stephen talked about me, how bad I was and how poor Rob was having to put up with so much. They saw Rob as a victim in all of this, the place he needed to be able to fulfill his ultimate plan. Elliot confirmed this a few years later when he said he didn't like to go to see Lewis because they would slag me off and talk about me, and if Dad was there, they would all talk about his mum, which upset him. He said, one day I was pretending to be asleep on the grass at Sharon and Phil's. Claire and Sharon were talking about you, not Dad, and it upset me. I don't think they knew I could hear. Not long after my chat on the bench with Sharon and Claire, Sharon and Phil called at the house. Though I had left, I walked there to help Harvey with the animals and wash their clothes. Rob was outside and I was in the kitchen. Shannon had come to chat to me. She still didn't get how upset I was at being spat at. Then she said something that really hurt. She said, well, you have got your wish. What you have wanted, what you said at the Grand Fair, that you needed to be on your own. Well, now you are. It was the way she said it, cold and judging. I said, what mother wants to voluntarily leave her children? This is not the peace I wanted. I had no choice but to leave. I then said, I'm off. I don't have to listen to this. Sharon then went outside and said, "We are going, Phil, come on." I was on my way out of the farm and said, "No, I am the one going. You stay and chat to Rob." Again, I was helping Rob's cause of appearing the poor victim from being this mental person who shouted and got angry and who you couldn't reason or talk to. I was all those things, but only because of how I was being treated and the mental and physical pain I had with me constantly due to my accident and near-death experience. It was a very clever game to discredit a person, so those doing the discrediting looked like butter wouldn't melt in their mouths. I was unaware until years later that such games existed and who possessed the rulebook. But I was doing exactly what the game player wanted me to do: discredit myself. But more importantly, it needed to be done in public, in front of an audience, for all to see. The location of Peacepad meant about a 30-minute walk, hobble, to the farm, which I had to do twice, there and back. I would go to help feed the animals, wash and iron the boys and my clothes. I refused to do Rob's. I was mad, but mainly disappointed in being so badly let down. I was also disappointed in who I had become. I was in a place I didn't recognise, everything around me getting to me, because even the simple little tasks were often impossible for me to achieve. I finally gave up on shoelaces and zips. They just took far too much time and frustration. However, I had to find a way to get on with a lot of jobs, especially the animals. Harvey and Elliot were still on holiday and wouldn't go back to college until September. Harvey was already doing all the animals and the situation with them was not easy. There were rabbits everywhere and chickens, although I had pushed and employed James to help put the fencing up to try and get some sort of control back. James had worked really hard and put loads of posts in, physically a very demanding job. Rob and Phil then attached the fencing, which I had to push Rob to take me to buy. It was the summer. If we didn't get it done now, the winter would be a nightmare. I already had chickens sleeping in trees in my garden. Well, what used to be a garden. It was now a jungle. There were broody hens sat on eggs all over the place, some very inventive, some very dangerous places. Buster and Myrtle May were still out in the field, but parts of it were just not good and would just be mud when the wet weather arrived. They got out on a regular basis, even though Harvey worked so hard to keep an eye on the electric fencing. Before I left and before the spitting, I was communicating with Rob, and I had tried hard to get materials on site so we could have one big push before the winter to bring back some sort of organisation and sanity back to the farm. I was met with much resistance from Rob, but there were people around us who could see the chaos and wanted to help. That meant Rob was sort of shamed into getting things done. Not all the materials I managed to get to the farm were used. We got metal for Rob to fabricate 3 gates to put in the spaces that had been left between the newly erected fencing. That was left to rust in the barn and never got made, along with the expensive and ornate metal that we had bought for Rob to put on the stairs, so it was safe for me to use them. The only delay for this job was having to get about 10 sheets of plasterboard upstairs first to be able to finish the upstairs bedroom off. I was excited to eventually have the stairs finished. I knew it would look amazing with the metal pieces we had chosen. But the plasterboards never got bought, and the ornamental metal pieces were left to rust too. Another idea I had to solve the problem of escaping pigs and the dangerous terrain for me to attempt to walk on and get to them was to bring them inside. The barn was sort of divided into like 3 areas. One of these areas was dangerous due to the roof. It was about to fall down, wet, and couldn't really be used for even storing wood. As we had already done the house roof, this area was small in comparison. Harvey and Elliot were up for helping, so a good week or 10 days would have seen it done. Then, with some breeze blocks and a gate, we had a pig pen. This would make it easier for taking care of the pigs and better for the pigs. They would be out of the heat in the summer and the wet, cold frost and wind of the winter. It had to be done before September, before the boys were back at college. He delayed and delayed taking me or going himself to order the tiles, so it never got done. But Rob did manage to give a former work colleague a full day doing his roof out of the kindness of his heart, and obviously getting his ego polished at the same time. You may have guessed, our roof never got done. So things were challenging for an able-bodied person, never mind one who had been classed as 80% disabled. But what could I do? Dolly had had her babies that were now over a year old. I think we had managed to get 2 in the freezer, and I think some others had gone to someone else. That left 6 plus Dolly and her daughter Titch. We did have the space, but at the back of the barn was a lot of rubbish that needed sorting out. Lots of it needed to go to the tip. Because of the warm weather, we had to wait for the weather to cool down, hopefully about September or October, before we could reduce the number of pigs, as there were still some male pigs. I was concerned. The summer continued into October, but at last we had arranged for the boys to go. They were starting to fight, and feeding time was a mad and dangerous occupation for me, plus the amount of cleaning out that was required. I was still living at Peasbad, walking down to the farm every day and not communicating or speaking at all to Rob. Or was it that his pride wouldn't allow him to acknowledge me? By now, September 2017, Rob had left working at the apples. He went for about 3 weeks in August and had returned to the part-time job where he was a caretaker, working with Martine from our village, so they car shared. The boys were back at college, having his first year at lycée, having left his apprenticeship, and Elliot in his final year of college before hopefully going to the same lycée as Harvey to do woodwork. Rob would drop them off at the school bus early so he could get to work. He worked 3 or 4 days with all the school holidays off. I was left with the animals, so I would set off early each morning to slowly hobble to the farm. It was difficult at first, and I definitely needed my stick, but my attitude was it was rehab. It was making me stronger. For the first month, I didn't attempt to clean the pigs. Harvey did that at weekends. It was too dangerous, for I needed to climb over things to get into the pigs. It wasn't an option, but at least I could feed and water the animals and try and slowly, little by little, clean the chickens and rabbits out. I knew I had to be sensible. I was still very unstable and weak. But my situation would strengthen me. I had to get on with it somehow, in some sort of fashion. I didn't go down at weekends. I needed to rest, and I didn't particularly want to see Rob. However, I did have to go down one weekend because Harvey had phoned me with a problem with the animals and he needed help. Harvey and Rob's relationship at this point was not good. Though Harvey would not argue, he was extremely intelligent and he was now waking up to the truth of the situation. He was only 17 and the responsibilities he was taking on to fix and help the situation were both physically and mentally draining. I had already observed this and was keeping a close eye on him. Though he never complained and made light of it, this was an heavy burden to bear. Harvey would not have asked for help from Rob, so I went down. Rob was doing something outside and I went straight into the house. For a very long time, Rob had been obsessed with his phone, never letting it out of his sight, and definitely not wanting me to see it. This obsession made me suspicious of it, and if I had had a phone, remember, for some reason I wasn't allowed one for months and months, he could have looked at my phone any time. Surely, that's normal in a relationship. My suspicions of things he was hiding and lying about, probably for years, was confirmed on the day Rob didn't expect me to be there. I went straight into the kitchen to find Harvey, and there, for the first time in years, I saw Rob's phone sat on the kitchen work surface. I thought, what's so secretive on this phone? But I didn't have time to find out. Rob came rushing in within minutes, agitated, and picked up his phone, giving me his usual greeting of aggression and hatred, then stormed back outside. That's when I knew I wasn't going mad, and my gut had been right all along. Harvey and I sorted out the problem he had phoned me about. The atmosphere in the house was not good. I felt sorry for Harvey and Elliot. They had been dragged into this shit that was going on around them. Innocent bystanders, battered and emotionally bruised by the two adults that were supposed to protect them from such things. Being at Peace Pad alone was difficult, but peaceful and safe. It gave me the time to have the deep sadness, heartache, difficulties and frustrations, but it also gave me a deep healing. I believe, even though extremely difficult and at times mentally, emotionally and physically challenging, you have to go through this hell to recover and grow from the process. It is not something I would wish to experience again, for it was cruel, dark and lonely. But eventually you see things and feel things from a more enlightened place, and it gives you many insights and strengths which would not have been given if the journey had been a simple and unchallenging one. I received messages and signs from so many different sources indicating I was not alone. I was being watched over, guided and protected. It would take me 5 years to embrace this and to trust it. I was in such a low and dark place. The light, though visible, was only a flicker in the far distance, and on many occasions it was pure darkness. One source of guidance and enlightenment came from the DVDs I would watch. I remember staying up into the early hours watching Happy Valley. The scene after Sarah Lancashire leaves her hospital bed to return home was painful for me to watch. A wonderful portrayal of loneliness, no one understanding, and deep anguish was as if the writer was watching my life, looking into my mind and searching my soul. It was scary and so painful to watch, yet allowed me to recognise that I was not the only person who had challenges. However, these challenges can only be faced when that individual is ready and has a certain amount of self-love and peace within. It didn't take Elliot long before he moved in with me. I didn't ask what was happening at the farm. I just set up the bed for him and welcomed him. He would stay with me through the week, going to the farm at weekends. Each school day, he would walk to the school bus that was only 10 minutes away. Harvey stayed at the farm. There wasn't any more beds, but I would have put one up in the living area if he wanted me to. I had my concerns. He looked stressed, but said nothing. I didn't know what was going on with Harvey and Rob, and I didn't ask. But they weren't talking. Once a month I needed to see my GP, mainly for forms to confirm I was still unable to work. I could walk there, so that wasn't a problem, but I also needed to go to the shops. I employed Jenny about every 3 weeks to take me shopping, so that was taken care of. While at the Grand Fair in June, I had booked some more driving lessons and my driving test. This being more important than ever now, not just for my independence, but to help Harvey and Elliot too. Harvey had passed his theory for driving, but he still needed to have his lessons, which he began at a local driving school in the December of 2017. My driving lessons were in the first week of September, again at the Grand Fair, and then 2 more lessons in the 3rd week of September, my driving test being on the 21st of September. I had not told a soul. I was having a very strong intuitive feeling that there were spies in the camp who were feeding information back to Rob. I withdrew from everyone. Rob had become threatening and angry, saying I couldn't have anything out of the house, even though most of it I had bought before meeting him. He constantly stated he wasn't going to leave the house, wouldn't sort it out legally, and wouldn't get a new bank account. In effect, my small amount of sick pay was paying for all the bills at the farm. He had his part-time job and complained that his money went so quick, but he didn't seem to register in his head that things like water and electric didn't come free. I took care of anything for the boys and school fees. I did constantly tell him I wasn't going to carry on paying the bills at the farm. All I got back was I will get into loads of debt then. I think the fact that I had walked away from the farm both puzzled him and angered him. He thought that was how he could control the situation. I was that tired of it all and wanted a fresh start and the boys to be happy. I didn't care about the farm. I knew deep inside I would be okay. I would later realise that Rob probably stayed around waiting for my insurance settlement to arrive, but it never did. As far as I was concerned, he could have the house, but the boys, Harvey and Elliot's names, needed to replace mine on the deeds. Because of my concerns of gossip and people talking to Rob, I booked a local taxi to take me for my driving lessons. I would walk down early to get the animals done. Then the taxi would come and pick me up. It was about 40 minutes away at the Grand Fair. An hour-long driving lesson, and then the taxi would come back for me. The taxi driver I got was also a fireman and who had cut me out of my car at the accident. It was wonderful to chat with him, and he was so pleased to see my courage and progress. He didn't know about my situation at home. He was encouraging and kind. This guy had seen me at a time that it was looking very slim if I would survive, and it was this man's will, expertise, desire, as it was with all those around me that day, that gave me any chance that I had to survive and to live. It pleased him to be taking that same person to her driving lessons, and on the 21st of September he waited while she took her driving test. My driving test was at 9 a.m. and by 9:45 I was back at the Grand Fair. The examiner announcing I had passed my driving test and could now drive an adapted car. I was over the moon. It was one of the bigger pieces of the jigsaw that I needed to put my life back together. With the help from Corinne and Theo Rombol, the expert driving instructor from École de Conduite de Port, I had been given my independence back. I was so grateful. This was a huge step for me. I still didn't tell Harvey and Elliot. I wanted to surprise them once I could get a car. Trying to find a car was a task in itself. The budget I had would only buy me trouble, and then I would have to invest €3,000 in it to adapt it. With winter around the corner, I needed a reliable car. I decided the best option was to rent and then try and claim it back from the insurance. I searched and found the company Andy Dymanics, who had all sorts of adapted cars that people would rent, usually for a weekend or a week. My driving licence for a disabled person arrived in the 3rd week of October, so I couldn't do anything until after that. Also in October, I had booked Elliot and I some cheap flights to the UK to see friends and family. I needed their love, for I was surrounded by untrustworthy people, and my soul was crying out for good, down-to-earth, honest people, and to be surrounded by the ones who truly did care. To have honest conversations and a feeling of being loved. Elliot was on holiday from school and very pleased. Harvey was glad to help and do the animals, and I promised him that after Christmas I would send them both for a break in the UK to get away from all the negative atmosphere and to see Grandma and Grandad. I wanted them to see that there was a future life that wasn't weighed down by dark, thunderous clouds, that people did love them and had their best interests at heart. They had been through a lot at a young age. Their foundation shook and crumbled. They needed to start to rebuild their foundations again with confidence, external love, self-worth and fun. Jenny and Jude were going to the UK as well, so we shared the cost of getting to the airport and then travelled back together after our week in the UK. Elliot and I stayed with Kay and Dembo for part of the week and then at my amazing friend Susan's. The time was special, loving, peaceful and healing. Elliot got to see his grandma and granddad, who he adored, and he also got fish and chips and a carvery. At a wonderful place in Wakefield with huge Yorkshire puddings, which he managed 3 of. He never stopped talking about them, how delicious they were. He also fell in love with Greg's chicken pasties, which later on a school trip to London he would introduce his French classmates to. Our trip was a tonic, a moment of normality away from all the added stresses. I had physical and often mental stresses too. It is never free from your mind. I worried about Harvey, but decided as soon as it was possible he needed the same tonic. We got back on the 3rd of November. Harvey had had some dramas. Elliot's kitten that someone had given him, a pure black one that he named Whitney, was not well, and Sheila had helped Harvey take her to the vet's. The vet keeping the kitten for a few days. Elliot loved that kitten so much. He was extremely sad when he heard the news that she was at the vet's. Whitney had been ill before, and Rob had taken her to the local vet's, and she had to have drops in her ear. One day, when I got to the farm, I saw she was not good. I threw some food to the animals, put Whitney in her carrier bag, and set off hobbling to the vet's, a good 40 minutes away. By the time I got there, they were just shutting and wouldn't help. I was so upset. I sat for a while with this dying kitten and cried. It was just one more thing. I wanted this gift of love given to Elliot to live. It would hurt him so much to lose the thing he loved so dearly. I called Debbie and she kindly agreed to pick me up and take me to another vet's. When we got there, they were shut for lunch, so we had an hour's wait. When they did open, there wasn't a vet there. This tiny kitten needed help now. We phoned Sheila to see if she had any ideas. She rang her vets and arranged for us to have an appointment there. The lovely vet said the kitten hadn't been given the right treatment, so she treated her differently. With Elliot's and Debbie's consent, I said I would take Whitney with me and take care of her at Peace Pad. Elliot was relieved. He was mad with Rob for not taking her to the vet sooner. Elliot said he was too busy on the Xbox. I felt so sorry for Elliot. He felt so let down. When we went to the UK, Whitney went back to the farm and Harvey religiously did what he needed to do for Whitney. But she wasn't looking good, so he contacted Sheila. When we got back from the UK, Whitney was still at the vet's, but she did come back to live with me. She pulled around, but she seemed to have a brain problem and struggled to balance. She lasted a few weeks, but died during the night. I found her curled up in her bed, and part of me was relieved that her suffering had ended. But now I had to tell Elliot, who was living with me, only going back to the farm to see Harvey at the weekends. Elliot did get another kitten a few years later, who was given to me one day when I went for the animal food at Kavak. Wilson is a beautiful white and ginger cat, loved by all of us, especially Elliot. On Monday the 6th of November, Andy Dynamic brought me my rental car, a VW Polo. Funnily enough, the same make of car I had my lessons and took my test in. I needed to take the 2 people who had drove it to me all the way from the north of France to the nearest train station, which was Parthenay. I had to drive, a bit scary, but I took a deep breath and got on with it. These two people did not appreciate what they had just brought me, my independence and a means of moving my life in a new direction, a direction of hope and a renewal of faith and peace. I did do 2 recordings in October 2017. Things may be repeated that I have already written, but the recordings state how I felt while I was in the middle of my challenges and in that moment of time. Here's the recordings.
Hi, sorry about the last recording, but the batteries went, so I had to stop mid-sentence. There has been so many things happened since that last recording, and one of the reasons I didn't record before was because my getting batteries, I kept forgetting to get them. Then when I did get them, there never seemed to be a time to put them in and to record. But this is it. It's the 4th of October 2017. It's a Wednesday evening, late evening, 10 o'clock. It's 3 days off my 53rd birthday, and life has changed dramatically. Since the last recording, the end of that session was I did go back for the next week. I spent quite a busy-ish week sorting out paperwork and things, and I made a decision there that I would try and do something positive, and on the television, they had a television there, they were saying that Paris is going to try and be the next Olympics, which would then mean it's the next Paralympics. So I went to a place in the Grand Fair that helps people who want to look for sport, handy sport, and I'm going seriously to try and get into the Paralympics bench pressing. Very early days, not even started, but that's my aim. But I'm now, on the 9th of August 2017, after another argument, over, as it always is, over stupid things. We'd been to Audrey's birthday party. I realised that Rob had been drinking quite a lot, and there was something really daft between me and Elliot because we were trying to put the chickens away, and it was dark, and anyway, there was an argument, and it got nasty, and it got violent, although Rob denies it got violent, and he spat in my face. And I just thought to myself, I can't do it anymore. I know most of the tension is the stress. He won't talk about things that's happened before. He won't talk to anybody about his stress levels. And I looked at the two gorgeous boys, Elliot and Harvey, and I thought, I can't do this to them anymore. And so I asked Rob if he would leave. He categorically effing this said he wouldn't leave. Blah blah blah, not leaving, even though he won't do the animals, and he don't, not interested in the garden, not interested in anything. There's not one job finished, even over a year now, year and a half probably, since we started the bathroom, which we got the money from the insurance to help me because I was in such a bad state when I came out August last year. It's still not finished. I don't know. So, without going into all loads and loads of details, what's the point? You've just got to keep going forward. As Harvey said, it's not sad, it's progress. So on the 9th of August, it's just, I was guided there. I found somewhere to move into. It's a one-bedroomed little Jeep. Deb's a friend of Sheila's. I can walk down to the house, which I do every day, so that I can keep looking after the animals. Harvey's now at Lycée and Elliot's back at school. It's difficult, but sometimes you're forced into situations so that you can find a way. And by having to walk, it's about a 20-30 minute walk there and the same back, I've got stronger. My legs have got stronger. They've had to get stronger. So the situation now is I'm actually sat in Josie's little Jeep, because Deb had already booked her friends into her Jeep when I left in August, so I always knew. But it's been nice for a change. It's a really well done. Josie's not here, she's in India, she's doing her yoga course. The garden's beautiful. Elliot stayed with me this weekend and it was just a change, peaceful. It's clean, it's tidy, it's finished. I've still been going to the animals. I did walk it once, but it took me an hour and a half, and my knees knew about it. I think I pushed myself too much that day. Since since I've been away, I've had to do it a lot. I've had to sort things out. Jenny's been brilliant. She's helped me. We meet up and I employ her to help me to do things. I've had to go through the ambulance and the taxi and pay them, and hopefully I'll claim that back to get to the Grand Fair. I went for 3 days for 1 week, and then there was a break for a week, and then I went for 2 days and then the exam in September. So that all happened in September. I'm 90% sure I passed. I've just got to sort out some paperwork, which I'm on with now. I've decided that the route to go will be an expensive route. I've found a place that actually hires you adapted cars. I think at this present time, to get me through winter, it's better, because I've got to find a car, which I can't afford much of a car, so I would be then paid to adapt a car that might not last very long. So to get me through the winter, I'm going to go through the renting, which will cover the insurance, will cover, and I'll have a reliable car that's going to get me through the winter. Rob started doing the apples for a few weeks, and then he managed to get his old job back, which he likes, doing the maintenance man at the place in Fontenelle Comp, at the handicap place. He's still, I don't know what's going to happen with the house. It's sort of been totally ruined for me now, and so I have to move forward. I have to find somewhere. I put it out to the universe. They'll find me somewhere, and whatever Rob wants to do, he can do. I honestly think, if I summarise, I know I've been really difficult, but Christ
I've had a lot in my head, I've had a lot of things to deal with, and Rob just can't deal with it. But it's it's the way he deals with it. When I'm having a bad moment, it just makes it worse by his shouting. I can't remember him even holding me or saying nice things to me after the accident. I know it's difficult when somebody's in a bad mood, and I have been. But Elliot knows how to do it, and Harvey knows how to do it. You just have to let somebody know that it's alright. And Rob didn't know how to do that. And I honestly think he didn't want to be with me anyway. But he didn't want to look bad, does he? Leaving a one-handed woman with 2 kids. So I've probably done him a massive favour. But it feels as if I have to do this. I have to go forward. I know in the Grand Fair I appreciate the time, but I've realised that there's only 2 people really important in this world, and that's Elliot and Harvey. And they know what's gone on, they know everything, so I don't need to justify anything to anybody. I just need to find a way to move forward, to have a peaceful life, to have a full life, to focus on the Paralympics, to focus on doing something. And with the will of God and everybody else that's helping, it will happen. A strange thing has happened. I'm being very, very strongly led, or if you're spiritual, then you believe what I'm saying, but I have been guided that some people have to go, and some people that have been there thick and thin, who have sort of like, judging me is not really the right word, but are not understanding the situation, especially between me and Rob. I've got to back right off. They're just really, they're weakening me in the sense that they're draining me. So people have said to me, I have never looked after myself. Even after the accident, I've always been worried about the kids, the animals, Rob's, what's he, and now even when I spoke to my mum, and it was weird, 3 people said it to me, you have to look after yourself now, because you're not looking after yourself. So that's where I am. But I have faith that it's okay. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy at all. It's going to, as any separation, it's going to be nasty. I just think I can't go back. I've got this. It's moving on. The first DVD I watched when I got to my little one room was moving on, and you've sometimes just got to move on. I'm worried about Harvey especially. Elliot, I think he understands. At first I think he thought it was his fault, and then he realises that Mum's not left him. And that's the thing, I've not left them. I just couldn't bear them being, I don't know if it's a mother's thing. Rob said he were quite happy to just stay there. But how can you live like that? I suppose men might be able to deal with things. I just can't. It's too tiring. I need peace, basically. I just need tranquility and peace. The crazy thing is, everybody was saying to me, making judgments, saying you've got to get rid of the animals. I know there's too many animals, but it's not down to me. The 2 teenage pregnancies, pigs, was because they was with males. the rabbits is because they were males. Me and Ivy have tried so hard to just organise it. It's gone mad. So basically now I am left with living things that need looking after. I go, it's my job, and I go. I don't do anything in the house. I wash the clothes and iron the clothes best I can with one hand, but I just have to do it for the kids. I do not touch the house anymore. I don't feel, I just don't. I've got to just find somewhere where I can take some things out, make a place where the boys feel comfortable so they can come. I think that Harvey is just feeling really lost. It's really difficult because, and it's so difficult in any split, I've just so hard. I'm trying to be upbeat and happy for them, but Harvey's sort of left stuck there, really. So I hope the Lise will distract him. He only has to put the animals away on a night and do weekends, because Rob don't work weekends, and to be honest, it's really, really not worth going down. It's too stressful. I've even taken, the only thing that Rob did really at this time was to go and get the food from the cafe, because I'm not driving. But it was like, it would wait till we would run out. So this week I just went, right, I'm taking that job back, so I now pay Debbie to take me to Quebec to get the food, and we'll get back in front, and hopefully by November I will be driving and I can do these things. And then he doesn't have to worry himself about this place, which is bizarre, because he won't leave it, yet he doesn't want it. So I don't know. So, God, talk about a year and a half. I don't know. You've got to just stay strong. People have worse things that happen. People don't have any arms or legs. I saw someone in the Grand Fair. I've only lost one arm. But I'll go forwards. I'm just asking for guidance with the boys. I don't want them to be beat up about it. And if I thought there could be some resolve between me and Rob, then I would do it. But he won't go to speak to anybody professional. I honestly think he just didn't want to be with me. And maybe that was what he didn't want before the accident, and that's just snookered his plans. But one thing that does really upset me, and a number of times it's mentioned when I said, you know, what are we doing? Do we sell the house? What do you want to do? Blah, blah. He says, well, I don't know what you're worried about. You're going to have some money. And I'm like, that didn't even enter my head. To me, that's blood money. That's money that can never replace my right hand or give me my mobility back. Can never replace being in intensive care with a gangrene in my hand. It can never compensate me for all that stress. It can never compensate me for the sadness. It can never compensate anybody, and it could never. The whole family has suffered. I know that, but I don't even think about any money. We haven't even got an answer to the court case yet, and we're in October. But you know, I'm going to conclude this by saying, if everybody wants to think, if Rob wants to let him think, that I'm gone mad, I'm unreasonable, I've gone crazy, and it's down to the accident. And she's changed so much. I know I'm not mad. I know I've suffered, and I know I have had to overcome a lot of things. But you know what? I won't put up with any lies and crap and anything else. And if that's what's changed since this accident, then that's a good thing. Because you don't have to put up with that. And I definitely don't want to have to live with it through old age. I want peace and quiet. Not wondering if anybody's lied to me, or if I'm in trouble for something that, or if I'm in trouble for that. It's just peace, that's all I want. So, here's me saying good night.
$20.
Hello. Today's my birthday, the 7th of October, 2017. I've been okay most of the day. But I just feel really bad at the moment. And I feel that you're not my only friend, because nobody understands what I'm going through. I don't want to pester people. I don't want to phone people. I was doing alright. I didn't really expect my son's Army Nelly to remember my birthday. But then, about an hour ago, Army came up with a card and some tomatoes that I keep forgetting to pick up that is grown, and a plant that I can't carry, so he brought that up. But it's really upset me, because as soon as he walked in the door, he said, I said, have you walked up? He said, no, Dad's brought me up, but he's waiting. So I just thought to myself, I walk every day backwards and forwards with this camel leg to sort out the animals. The other day I walked for an hour and a half to get to the other jeep that I had to stay in. My own son couldn't even walk up here to say happy birthday or spend an hour with the mother. So that's how bad I must be. I just want... It's not right. And what has Rob done today? Gone and played in a fucking baton competition. It's not even there when it's there. What? He's taking the kids now. He's taking the house. He's taking the car my right hand paid for. And now he's taking the kids. And he's the one who had an affair with somebody. Oh, God. I'm recording this because I hope it will make me feel better once I finish, because at least I'm talking to myself. I really feel I should just vanish somewhere. all the work down there. I'm trying to help him so much. If I go down on weekends, there's just arguments. I'll never forgive Robert fucking Mitchell for what he's done to me. Never. But he won't beat me. And if the boys have to stay wherever they want to stay in their minds, it's now freaking awkward. My own son, I'm awkward with my own son because he's living. He said to me, do you really think cards are necessary? That's exactly what Rob says all the time. Steve, I've spent all my life bringing him up to be a decent person and a lovely boy. So now we're just turning to what Rob thinks is decent. I've just got to let him go. I've just got to let him get on with it. And there's nothing I can do about it. I'm 100% on my own now. And there's two choices I have to make. I either move forward and I don't go anywhere. What a birthday.
Five minutes. Now just 2 months left of 2017. Like 2016, I was looking forward to it going. But as if I hadn't had enough to get through, the end of 2017 had just a couple more surprises up its sleeve. I was encouraged that things were going to get better. I had my rental car, which allowed me to become more independent, to be more involved in the boys' day-to-day lives, and seeing as the weather was turning to winter, it was a blessing to not be walking everywhere. In December, Avi began to take driving lessons at a local driving school, Kia SR. Although expensive, I told him I would find a way to afford. I saw it essential for Avi to gain some independence, to build up his self-confidence, and just like my situation, feel more self-reliant, not depending on others. For me, it was a valuable investment to his future. I had wanted him to go to my instructor in Niort. He was good, really tested you, and very consistent and reliable. But the arrangements had been made for Avi to go to Tim's SR. In the first week of December, I was doing the animals. Avi was off ill for the day, so was asleep in his bedroom. Rob at work and Elliot at school. I was just watering the pigs and trying to clean them when one knocked my legs from behind me, which made them buckle, and I fell onto the concrete floor. Falling to the right due to the weakness and the instability of that side, which meant I could not break my fall. I hadn't got a hand. I lay for a while to get over the shock, but then couldn't move without immense pain. I couldn't get up. The pigs were getting interested in me. They probably smelled the pig food traces on my clothes. I thought, I either get up and move or I get eaten by pigs. I managed to drag myself through the straw-covered floor. It was where they slept, so it was clean, which was a blessing, and got myself up, somehow, onto the old feeding trough. The pigs were still interested in my wellies and trousers. I knew I could not fight them off. There were too many and strong. Seeing me as interesting and possibly tasty and edible. I had to get out. The pain was not good, but neither was being eaten alive. I got to the gate, which I had to climb over, difficult at the best of times. I was desperately shouting Harvey, but he couldn't hear me. In sheer agony, I got over the metal gate, believing this would be less painful than being eaten by pigs. I couldn't put any weight on my right at all, but at least I was out of the pigs. I continued to shout. Now I was outside the barn. Harvey eventually heard me. He helped me inside to my hospital bed downstairs, and I knew I had to lie down. Lifting my right leg onto the bed was a matter of screaming out loud and doing it. Nurse Peggy, our little dog, jumped up to protect me and lie with me. She knew there was something wrong. I was in so much pain and felt very unwell. I asked Harvey if he could phone Mel and get me back to Peace Pad, and maybe then he could go with her to get the animal food, because I didn't think I would be driving for a while. Mel and her husband Robert came and got me back to Peace Pad in my car, Mel driving, and then in their car went to Kavak for the animal food with Harvey. I took some paracetamol and just sat. I couldn't really put weight on my right leg. Elliot arrived back from school and was like a mother hen. The next morning, I got up and used my stick to get Elliot and myself a cup of tea and breakfast before he went for the school bus. As Elliot was having his cup of tea in bed, I was talking to him, and then suddenly I fainted onto my bed. It really scared Elliot, and the next thing I knew was him shaking me and shouting, "Mum! Mum! Wake up!" He wouldn't go to school that day because he didn't want to leave me alone. I think I fainted due to the level of pain I was in. I thought to myself, I am in court in 2 weeks and here I am, in all this pain. Mel and Robert wanted me to go to the hospital. I didn't want to go. I had an appointment with my main man, Dr. Pichu, at the end of January, and also an appointment with my MSA doctor the following week. I would ask him to check it out. I was back driving after a couple of days I needed to get Elliot from school, as they finished at 12 o'clock on Wednesdays. Once I was in the car, I was all right. The following week, Jenny took me to my MSA doctor in Brisware, who examined me and said I had damaged my groin. I thought I had either totally ripped some tendons or ligaments in my groin or broken my hip. I knew how painful a bad groin strain could be from working with the rugby players, but all I needed to get through now was court on Monday, and then have a total rest from the animals for 2 weeks over Christmas, when Harvey would do them in the school holidays. I hadn't had any contact from my solicitor at all. That's how good he was. My gut was telling me there was something wrong, so I contacted the solicitor's office, where the receptionist, yes, the receptionist, informed me that it had been cancelled. So when were they going to let me know? I think the reason was the third expert, Christopher Lendon, hadn't completed the report. He had only had 5 months to do it in. The national second expert, Mark Push, did his very high quality report in a month. Remember, the one that categorically stated I did not cause the accident. Christopher Lendon took so long, and you will never believe the amount of mistakes Christopher Lendon made. Christmas was on its way. I put up a little tree, and managed to get some things organised with Santa, so he left some gifts for Harvey and Elliot at Peace Pad. Elliot was spending more and more time with me, even though he were off school, as was Harvey. Harvey too would stay with us watching DVDs till quite late. It was as if he didn't want to go back. Now I was driving, I would take him back or pick him up, no problem. I think he was confused and lost, and Elliot hinted that Rob wasn't so nice to him. What could I do but keep an eye on him and give him hope with his driving lessons and his future independence? Also in December, Rob announced that he didn't want the house and wanted some money. I think someone had told him I was starting to look at other properties. I couldn't stay at Debbie's forever, and she had told me she wanted to rent it out in the summer. Rob was getting scared that he would be left with the farm and all the work, and I think he had already got other plans back in the UK. Remember his secretive phone? I didn't want the farm either. It was physically too much for me. I didn't want this shit to carry on like it was, just going round and round in circles for years and years to come. He wanted money. The housing market was slow, and our place needed so much doing to it to prepare it for market. Remember those boxes from Oz? Well, they were all still stood there. I had to take the bull by the horns, pay him off, take on the work, and see where things were in a year or two. By then the boys may have gone down their own life path, and I could sell it then. I wasn't happy, but I knew it was the only way to move this stalemate relationship forwards and begin a new life. I could have insisted on putting it on the market, but that would have meant more stress, more arguments, and no doubt me doing all the work. So that was the end of 2017. Dare I say, bring 2018 on. It can't surely be any worse than the last couple of years. Or could it? End of chapter. Chapter 31. Confirmation, boys get a holiday, the runner, a new hospital, and back to Nantes. There is a stubbornness about me that never can bear to be frightened at the will of others. My courage always rises at every attempt to intimidate me. Jane Austen. I was due to see Dr. Pichu in Nantes Hospital on the 31st of January 2018. My last appointment and x-rays had been in October 2017. He had indicated that at my next appointment he would check everything, and if I had decided to have my dancing pole removed, that would be arranged. Mel offered to take me, which was wonderful because we could have a good old chat on the way there and back. As we were both from West Yorkshire, talking is part of our DNA and character. I got my x-rays done and then went to see Dr. Pichu, who had them on his computer. He examined my legs and hip and asked me various questions, one being, had I had any problems or pain? I informed him that I had a fall and I wasn't sure if I had damaged or totally torn my ligaments or even broken my hip. He went back to his desk to look at the x-rays, and there it was. I had broken the head of my femur at the neck part, but it was healing. When I looked, I thought, shit, that's all I need, a broken hip. It could clearly be seen that my neck of femur on my right leg was shorter than on the left femur. Now I really am going to walk like Quasimodo. My doctor was a bit shocked and concerned. I didn't dare tell him that I had been lifting 25-kilo bags of animal food and pushing wheelbarrows of pig poo for the last month. But he said it looked to be healing well. The only problem now was he couldn't possibly take my metal out because it was an aggressive procedure and he needed to know that the broken hip was fully repaired. So a delay was inevitable. I had made the decision to have my metal out, even though it carried no guarantees, with many risks, because at our last meeting in October, Dr. Pichu did say in years to come, if I did need a hip or knee replacement, then they would have to remove the metal before they could do it anyway. I thought, get it done now, with the surgeon I trusted, and while I was relatively young and active, all which aids recovery. The date was set, the 12th of September 2018, if the nerve to my femur didn't die due to my broken hip in the meantime. Great, not a problem, just another walk or limp in the park. Here I go again, back on the block. I told the doctor I will have my own personal block at this rate. I did have a strong suspicion that I had done something bad when the pig had knocked me down, and now it was confirmed. The pain was very bad, but I do think, like muscle tissue, which I believe has some sort of memory, your pain threshold must have too. The higher the pain you have experienced before, the more you can take at an higher degree the next time. It's as if you have a memory bank in your system already preparing for the pain, and in the case of muscle, the demands and resistance that comes when you push yourself training. Patience now having to be installed in me again, not only for a new court date, but for my operation to have the metal removed out of my right leg. January 2018 would prove challenging. I was getting in the mindset that as soon as one thing was dealt with or moved to a different time and things were starting to seem normal, the universe would throw me just one more challenge. The challenge thrown to me at the end of December of Rob suddenly doing a U-turn on his need to have the house caused quite a number of challenges. Once Rob knew I could and did walk away from his threats and attempt to control things, he panicked. The only thing he really wanted was money. To be able to walk away from the whole thing as a victim, a person who had been treated so bad, left homeless without any banker's card. I had the card. He had the checkbook. For obvious reasons. I couldn't use a checkbook with one hand. He also wanted people to believe that the boys were being manipulated to not want to see him. On and on went the things he told people that he had to endure. He needed to look good and for people to feel sorry for him. It was part of his bigger plan. One resulting challenge was getting this all sorted out legally, going to a solicitor and him basically selling his share of the house to me. I asked him to make an appointment with who he wanted and I would use the same one. He never did, so I had to do all the running around and hoped he would show up. It would take until March to get it sorted and me having to pick up the solicitor's fees. I just wanted the mess over with, and I knew it was money that he was interested in. Not me, not the nearly 20 years, not even the boys, a thing I never thought he would do. None of our separation were their fault. Why punish them? In future years, his halo would slip, and his true colours exposed. I may have been imprisoned by the accident and the disabilities it gave me, but Rob had just given himself a life imprisonment and disabilities in his head, and karma would eventually knock on his door. I did not and do not wish him ill, or anyone else in my life story. What happened, happened. How I was treated only served to make me stronger. It taught me the power of forgiveness. It is the foundation of a person's health and inner peace. It allows you to love and like yourself, to be a better person, and also having the tools and ability to not allow others the power to take away your inner peace and love. It's the protection you are given when the universe sees your worth and has your back. January wasn't all bad. I was given the chance to be connected to APF, Association de Paralympics de France, and an appointment was made to have a meeting on the 9th of March in Nantes, not far from the Grand Fair. That was great, but I had got to get through February first. Part of the agreement for Rob to get his money was that he had to be out of the farm by the 9th of February 2018. I knew Debbie wanted me gone by February, so she could be preparing for Easter and the summer. I would be on manoeuvres again, but at least I had my car, which made it easier. I was so grateful for Peacepad and Debbie's kindness. I always knew it was only a short-term stay, but I never thought I would be heading back to the farm. Rob didn't put any effort into moving on. He just went a few minutes' walk away to stay at Helen and Norman's in the village. I was a little disappointed in them. They knew the difficulty of our relationship, but a few weeks later I would get a message from Helen asking what was Rob doing in her house. She had only just found out he was in her house. I didn't know. I had guessed about a year ago he had a plan, but he wasn't going to enlighten me, was he? I wasn't interested in that drama, and I was too busy trying to get the house clean again. Before Christmas, I had booked Harvey and Elliot flights to go to the UK for a week in February, not knowing that I would be back on the farm. I just wanted them to get away from it all, especially Harvey, who had never moved away from the farm. I had managed to get them into an hotel near Kay and Denbo, and they were well and truly taken care of, including going to the carvery to challenge Harvey with the Yorkshire pudding eating record that Elliot had set a few months before. When the boys returned, my dear friend Susan Deacon came back with them. She's such a wonderful friend, a solid and loving person who was always at the end of a phone with support, wise words and understanding. Her friendship meant so much to me, and when I had sent Kate and Denbo their roses, Nostalgia and Simply the Best, I also sent Susan one called Friendship. It's a beautiful red rose. Susan only had a quick visit, just 4 days, but boy, was her timing right. This first week back at the farm, I was on my own. The boys in the UK. Rob was only a few minutes walk away, and I knew he was spying. What a weird game he was playing. I just worked hard trying to clean the house. It obviously, like his relationship with his family, hadn't had much attention. His close proximity was a bit of a concern, but I thought a few days to a week, and then he will move on to a new place. Where, I did not care. Over 6 weeks later, he was still there. But at least in the second week, Susan was there. It was so comforting. I had someone I could talk to and someone who really listened. When Susan left, I just threw myself into jobs and taking care of Harvey and Elliot. Slowly, the animals were being brought back under control, but it was still out of hand. At this time, I was as low as a person could get. I still had the court case, operations, pain, disability, frustration, and the gossip from my so-called friends and neighbours. People loved drama, and my drama got juicier with every event. People were nosy, disguising it as concern, but in reality, they were all talking behind my back. I withdrew my connections with them, which helped the mental game that Rob was playing. He now had to make it appear that he was the one that walked away. If he could achieve this illusion, it makes it so much easier for him to cry his sob stories and play a victim. He needed to get their sympathy, which would then make it easier for him to create a more successful smear campaign against me and to discredit my character. He encouraged and allowed people to think I had and was still doing this, that, and all these things, so he had to leave. I wasn't in a good place. I shouted a lot, cried a lot, was frustrated most of the day, and Rob just kept feeding the fire, making me defend myself more. I wasn't just coping with my mental and physical anguish, but I was being bullied by Rob and the police. I also wasn't believed by a non-English speaking solicitor and being accused of double murder. At times I sat in very dark places, but where the boys and my true friends would try and give me a light, a strong helping hand to hold on to, Rob made my world darker, more frustrating, and he did it with this strange smirk on his face. I ask you, who really had the mental problem in this failed relationship? The runner was planning his course of escape, but as Bob Marley's song Running Away says, you're running and you're running and you're running away, but you can't run away from yourself. In New York, my meeting with APF arrived, and I was curious to know what it was all about. At this meeting, I met people who would help me get my life back to some sort of function if I chose to allow them to assist me. They were all so caring and supportive, a wonderful company of people that helped so many disabled individuals. I was lucky to be offered and to be given this support. The main people I would be involved with included Emmeline Malheureux, who would help me with the practical everyday things, Anne Leroy, Assistance de Service Social. She patiently helped me with paperwork, which was constant, and Najin Cholette, the best psychologist ever. I had seen 3 psychologists before who were little help. The last one I saw, Sebastian Marie Nicolas, a psychologist in New York supplied by my Allianz insurance company, and like the solicitor they gave me, he would ignore me and didn't listen. I was just a source of good money from the insurance company, not a person in need of help, to be listened to and to be given his actual attention. On my last appointment, we got disturbed twice by phone calls. He left me waiting 10 minutes into my appointment time, and he was working on his computer that he was sat in front of. I was on a chair opposite him and his computer. He asked what I would like to talk about, with his eyes fixated on the computer screen. I began to talk. He could speak English. Without looking at me, he kept saying, I just stopped talking, but he kept saying, Then he realised, eventually, that I wasn't talking. Oh, you have nothing to say? My reply. What's the point when you are not even listening and playing on your computer? His excuse was that he was looking at my file and taking notes, which obviously affects his hearing, because he kept saying, even after I stopped talking. I told him I would not be coming back. It takes me 40 minutes to get here and 40 minutes to get back home. When I set off, I am in a good place, and after 15 minutes with you, I feel ignored, worthless, insignificant, and a meal ticket, and fucking depressed. When your shrink can't be bothered to listen to you, that really fucks you up and makes your already low self-esteem non-existent. And they are supposed to be the professionally trained ones. A good hour and a cup of tea with the remaining true friends I had served my mental health far better than he did. He made me feel worse. Not Nadine, she was fantastic. She was so caring and actually knew about my situation. She sat at my kitchen table with a cuppa and listened. She even spent time with the boys, making sure they were okay too. They not only had lost the life they had once known, and the mother replaced with a struggling, hurting, emotionally battered, disabled person, but also the fact that the person who should have been there for them had just pissed off. In the 6.5 weeks he lived a few minutes away, he never took them anywhere or spent any time with them. No, sorry, maybe 10 minutes. He was too busy going round to people's houses, having alcohol and meals, so he could get his ego polished and perform his play of being the victim. Also from APF, I was helped by Claudia Callard, in charge of my social well-being and social activities. At the first meeting, they were all introduced to me and their aims and their assistance that they could offer me. At this meeting, in March 2018, I said to Claudia, "Well, I have got a challenge for you. I want you to help me get to the Paris Paralympics. Are you up for it?" A shocked expression, but sure, she was up for it. On that day, some beautiful, caring relationships were begun. I no longer felt alone, abandoned by society, cast aside and judged because I had been in the wrong place at the wrong time, 2 years before. I felt supported and that I mattered. They now, without judgment, took my hand and guided me forwards in a slow, gentle and loving way. It was now June 2018, and Ivor was still having his driving lessons, but he didn't seem confident, the lessons being sporadic and often changed or cancelled. I was throwing good money after bad, and I asked if he would change and go to my instructor. He said he preferred to stay where he was. I said okay, but you need to find out when your test is. Remember, you need to be driving before September, because I have my operation then. Rob had left the village towards the end of March 2018. Once he had his money, the only thing he asked for was his welder, his dartboard and his petong bulls. There were a number of incidents in the village before Rob left, and I just thought, you can all go to hell. You can hang out with Saint Rob. By treating me how you are not only judging me, but you are turning your backs on two young men that probably could have done with some outside support. No one came near us while Rob was around, and then expected to say hi and worm their way back into our lives once he'd left. Go forth and multiply was my motto. You will realise one day that you backed the wrong horse. I was half expecting the village to club together and erect a statue of Saint Rob to place in the middle of the village. He was seen as such a hero. Harvey's driving exam was booked for the 14th of June. I had been in the car with him a couple of times, and I had already decided to book him a few lessons with my man in Nantes, even if he did pass. He just didn't have the confidence he should have had after all the lessons he had taken. Tia Rambol was on par with my excellent driving instructor Betty, who had taught me all those years ago. I wanted Harvey to be taught well, for there are so many bad drives around, and some that shouldn't even be behind a wheel, as I know only too well to my cost. He failed his test and informed me that the other girl who went with him from the same school was taking it for the third time and still failed. I said to Harvey, you have got crap instructors. Let's get you booked in at Nantes. We need you driving before my operation, which is only a few months away. This next event just went to show me that this company was more concerned about the money they made than producing good, safe and well-instructed drivers. We had to go to the school to get Harvey's paperwork. She had not given him any feedback about why he had failed and didn't seem that particularly bothered. She was annoyed that we were going elsewhere, and she refused to give me his documents until I paid her €250. She was a bit of a bitch. So I asked her why the lessons hadn't been consistent and various other questions. She tried to say, well, it's different in France. A normal bullshit statement when you are challenging anyone. I said, no it isn't. I have just had driving lessons and I knew exactly how many and when my lessons were. Anyway, she got a cheque and we left. We managed to get Harvey an assessment lesson in Nantes on the 23rd of June and booked some lessons in July before everyone had their 3 weeks August holidays. Tia knew the importance of getting Harvey passed before September, and he manages to get Harvey an exam date for the 25th of August, a thing the other school had said was impossible to do. After his assessment drive, Harvey said he had learnt more in that hour than he had in all the months with the other school. That summed them up really. A few days later, from Harvey's assessment lesson on the 25th of June, it was my court date, but it had been cancelled again. I think because the third expert Lendon still hadn't finished his report. It was now moved to the 16th of November 2018. We are now in July. The weather was hot and I was feeling quite tired with the heat. I asked Harvey if he could do all the animals for a few days so I could rest. Elliot said I should go to the doctors, but I spent so much time with doctors, I didn't want to bother my lovely Dr. Dinu. I just rested more out of the heat. Harvey had a lesson on the 12th of July. I would take him, wait in the car, and then drive back, so a good 3.5 hours in Niort. As I waited in the car in Niort that morning, I felt really unwell and thought maybe I should make an appointment to see the doctor. I rang and the receptionist said I could go that morning. I explained I was in Niort and it wasn't possible. Was there anything this evening? That evening I set off to the doctor's. She took my blood pressure and temperature. Dr. Dino said I needed to go home and wait for the ambulance. I needed to go straight to casualty. No, no, I said, bursting into tears. Not the hospital. Please, don't send me to hospital. She said, if you don't go, you have to promise me you will call the ambulance if you get worse, and I want to see you tomorrow. A voice in my head said, just go to hospital. So I agreed, went home and started to pack a bag and sort out things, giving instructions to the boys. When the ambulance man arrived, I shouted, just a minute, I will be with you soon. I really didn't have time for this. One of the guys was the driver who had taken me to the Grand Fair for my driving lessons and exam, and the one who had cut me out of my car. He said, what have you done now? I said, I don't know. As we drove the 40 minutes journey to Niort Hospital, I started to feel bad and sick. He had the monitor on me and said something to the driver, who then put on the blue flashing lights. They got me to casualty and he was telling me that England was playing in the Football World Cup semi-final tonight. I didn't have a clue. As they left me with the staff in casualty, he said to the person, take great care of her for me, please, which touched my heart. I was then wired up to machines and left for hours not knowing anything. I wanted to know what was wrong. I didn't feel well, but I thought it was the stresses of the previous couple of years that were catching up with my body. I just needed a rest and peace. Eventually I was taken to a room and told I would be staying the night. I was put in a shared room that already had an elderly French lady in the other bed. She was not impressed that I was in the room and made it quite clear she wasn't happy. I daren't breathe or move all night. The next morning I was given hot chocolate and a croissant. Having spent that long in hospital before, I knew this was a good sign. They don't feed you if they are going to operate on you. I was relieved. I was then sent for a scan and sent through a big tunnel thing. The first time for me. Around dinner time, a female doctor called Dr. Joanne came to see me. She announced that she wanted me to get into the shower with this special washing stuff. The nurse would come and shave me and I would be operated on. My reaction was, whoa, no, look, I am booked in on the 12th of September to have an operation for my metal to be taken out of my leg. I'll come back after that, I pleaded. I wanted to get the metal out of my leg. I didn't have time for this operation, whatever it was for. The doctor said, if you don't have the operation today, you will be dead and won't need the other operation. Well, that was straight to the point. So I got into the shower, much to the horror and objection from my roommate, and off I went again on the journey of unknown outcomes. Different hospital, different staff, but the same fear and the same feeling of shitting myself. I don't know how long I was on the operating table, the block, but what they did was cut me open from the top to the bottom of my stomach, take out my large intestines, put them to one side to get to 10 centimetres of my small intestines that were black and green. Then put it all back, and that was that. Easy, right? I also got my appendix removed while they were digging around. There was nothing wrong with them, but it was normal procedure to take it out anyway. Maybe there was a market for healthy appendix somewhere. Just saying. I was now stuck in bed again. Your stomach muscles are used in most basic movements. My abdominals, the ones I got ripped and defined for my UK bodybuilding final, were now cut wide open and had God knows how many stitches. It was painful, uncomfortable, and very restricting. I remember thinking the previous night as I lay being monitored in casualty, yet again, that this was not right. How many bloody challenges do they want me to pass? I was starting to get fed up with all this shit. Hadn't I proved myself enough to these powers that be? Could they not give me a break, a time out, a bloody bit of good luck and hope in my life? The words had stuck in my mind what my ambulance mate had said. Take care of her. Then I remember him telling me that England was playing in the semi-final that night, and if they beat Croatia, they would be in the final with France. This pissed me off, because I was alone again in casualty. Where was my fucking partner of nearly 20 years? In the pub, playing the victim, splashing the money around that he had taken from the family, watching his beloved football in the World Cup semi-final. I wouldn't be surprised if it had all been planned, his arrival in the UK with that in mind. I prayed that England would lose. Somehow it did not feel fair. I spent 10 days in hospital. The doctor not prepared to let me go until my drip and drain was out. I had had a poo. Remember, they are obsessed with that in hospital. But at least this time I could carefully get to the toilet in my room and didn't have to go through the drama of bedpans again. I realised I couldn't do a thing, and if I bust these stitches open, that would really set me back. I needed to be good enough for my operation in September to take place in Nantes in about a couple of months' time from now. On the 15th of July, at 2:35, I paid €4 to watch the football final in my hospital bed on my hospital TV. France versus Croatia. Result, France 4, Croatia 2. Harvey and Elliot had held the fort while I was in hospital, a show of their character and strength. My wonderful angel, Marie, helped them out a lot, because Harvey was still not driving, and I think Mel had even taken him to Niort for some of his driving lessons. Once I returned home, I had no choice but to be back driving, and with a corset I had bought while in hospital, I could manage, but I didn't lift or do a thing. I wanted to get the okay for my operation in September. I had nurses come to dress my scar and to check on me. I also had an appointment with Dr. Joanne on the 24th of August, and I was hoping she would give me permission for my operation at Nantes Hospital to go ahead. A few days before, on the 22nd of August, I had my pre-operation visit at Nantes with the anaesthetist, one I hadn't had before, but I requested my little pink tablet under my tongue. I had already seen Dr. Pichu, who said he was happy to do the operation after my intestine operation if the anaesthetist was okay with going ahead. I think Dr. Pichu must have thought, what's with this patient? Last time I saw her in January, she came with a broken hip, and now she's had a major operation on her small intestines. I asked him if he thought I had that disease of needing to have operations, the Mushkin's syndrome. He just laughed. But I was starting to think I was heading for the Guinness Book of Records for surgical procedures. The anaesthetist was okay to go ahead, so all I needed now was Dr. Joanne's approval, and then I could look forward to yet another risky operation. My theory, if I could get the operation over and done with, I could then rest both areas and just get to the end of another interesting and challenging year. My training again put on hold, and now my car was totally buggered as well as the rest of me. On the 24th, Dr. Joanne said she was happy for me to have the operation in September. Okay, bring it on. What a busy week, and on the 25th I took Harvey to the place he would take his driving test. I waited for his return. My ACE instructor was with him. On their return, he announced he had passed with flying colours. Great, wonderful. I was so pleased for him and the family. A bit of good news at last. I was booked in the Nantes Hospital from the 12th to the 16th of September. I arranged the taxi to take me and pick me back up. Harvey and Elliot were back at lycée. Elliot starting his first year of woodwork at the same lycée as Harvey, which made things easier for them. Harvey was driving, so he would take them to the school bus, park his car up and return later in the day. Again, they would have to hold the fort while I went for my operation. We all just had to get on with it. At some point, at some time in the future, our lives had to get easier. But I had thought that before. I arrived at Nantes Hospital by ambulance taxi, not the helicopter this time, which was a good thing. It was the 12th of September 2018, over 2 years after my first visit. I was in a shared room. I think the lady had had an hip operation. She was nice. We chatted a bit. I was prepared the next day, and off I went on that scary trip that I had grown to know so well. But I had my best friend with me, my little under-the-tongue pink tablet. I knew this was a big operation, but I had Dr. Pichu, and that filled me up with confidence and a certain amount of calmness. The effects of what seems a never-ending journey, staring up at the lights flashing past up above in the high hospital ceilings as you were pushed on your bed to the block, was always petrifying. My only distraction was trying to make conversation with the person pushing me. At the bus station, the waiting area, the usual happened, questions asked, and then a line put in. As I waited, having a word with my team, who had watched over me in the car and had never left my side over the last couple of years, a young boy was pushed into the area. He was about 9 or 10 years old, his parents by his side. Seeing him gave me strength. At least I was an adult. How must all this feel at his age? I sent him strength and love and asked my team if they could keep an eye on him too. I was back in recovery and the usual fears and feelings of being disconnected were there. I just had to wait for the reconnection of my soul and spirit back into my earthly vehicle, my body and mind. I was eventually taken back to the room. The other lady was still there. I slept for the rest of the day. I had no clue how long I had been operated on or what time it was. I believe it was still the 13th of September. The next day was like going back in time. Same routine, same looking room, same colour of paint on the walls, same noises and smells, and even some of the same nurses who were so lovely, and it was great to see them again. The one big difference was that I didn't need a bedpan. I could actually get out of bed, be it painful and needing a stick. Beforehand, Dr. Pichu came to see me and wanted to know what I was doing about a prosthesis for Stubby. He had arranged for someone to come and talk to me. I had given up on the idea of a robotic hand. I wasn't ready for it, and in some ways it wasn't so practical for me. It couldn't get wet or really go outside. No good for mucking out the pigs then. 2 people came, one guy who had been one of the group who came to see my hand way back in ICU in April 2016, before the decision was made to remove my gangrenous dying hand. Dr. Pichu had explained that to get a prosthesis, just a normal one, not even robotic, those flesh-looking ones, if I were going to have one of them, it would have to be bright orange or tattooed, so I wouldn't get those looks off people. Is it or isn't it? We all do it. Dr. Pichu had said I would have to have another operation and some of Stubby chopped off because it was too long for a prosthesis to work properly. No way was I going to put Stubby through that. Not because I didn't trust the doctor or the need to do it, but because I had become attached to Stubby. He had become my friend. We had been through a lot together. I didn't want to lose him. He was doing good, working hard, still a bit skinny and his skin baggy, but he was less painful and could now carry half a full watering can. No, I would not put him through an operation. I explained this to the 2 visitors, the woman watching me closely as I was talking away. Stubby was joining in, a thing he did naturally. He wasn't going to hang lifeless by my side. He had been accepted from day one, and now he was finding his feet and expressing himself. After all, he was Yorkshire. The lady made a comment. Look how much you use your arm when you talk. My response, he's called Stubby. That's his name. Then me, Stubby and I went on to explain the importance of acceptance and love to anyone's amputation. It's vital that there is a strong connection to the person and the rest of the body. If pain is going to subside, function regained, or a bond made. They were happy and impressed with our attitude and said if I ever changed my mind about the prosthesis, I knew where they were. Thank you. I am so grateful for that. My aim was for Stubby to be able to pump iron, lift weights, not to be hidden behind a plastic hand and arm. We had things to do and places to go, didn't we, Stubby? My roommate left on Saturday morning, and so I was left with my thoughts, lying in a position I knew all too well, in an environment that had been my world for over 6 weeks, in a world of pain, anguish, confusion, acceptance, healing and caring. I was in trauma, orthopedics again. Different room, not number 56, but the same noises, smells, colour of paint on the walls, with my bed even facing the same way. I could hear the helicopter, but not see it as I could when I was in plastics. It was Saturday afternoon, the weekend always being quieter than through the week. I was feeling tired and lay there in the deafening silence, my mind drifting back in time. I was transported back to April 2016 as I lay in the very same hospital I had laid in, unable to move, paralysed and helpless. I could hear the helicopter in the distance. It had been a busy day for the pilots, but I am sure there are many, not just one helicopter. Then I heard a familiar sound, a sound of a motorbike that I had heard every morning and afternoon in April 2016. In 2016 it got to the point where I waited for it so I could get an approximate time of day. Here it was again, the very distinctive motorbike noise. It freaked me out a bit. I closed my eyes and tried to rest. Then I heard the helicopter noise and it seemed louder than ever, but this time I was in it. My eyes closed, my breathing not good, and then I saw it all. A person in front, slumped over the driving wheel, the car weaving, an arm reaching over to hold the wheel by the other person in the car. I had to get out of this dangerous situation. I had to get to a safe place. By now I had tears rolling down my cheeks, couldn't get my breath, and was really panicky and scared. From my hospital bed, I buzzed for help. I was not feeling well. I had just had a very vivid flashback to an event that was still buried deep inside my psyche, mind, brain, and memory. I was not good. I was sweating, crying, hyperventilating and shaking uncontrollably. My logic mind trying to intervene. Calm yourself. You are safe. You are in hospital. It's not happening to you again. You are safe now. I say logical mind, but looking back now, it was more a voice, a guidance that became stronger and stronger as the months and years after the accident continued to deliver a whole load of cruelty and lies. The nurses came in, one of them being the one who had helped me so much in 2016 when I was so ill with diarrhea. She was one of my guardian angels, the one who gave me my first kiwi fruit and pineapple juice, which allowed me to slowly recover from all the cruel medication I had been given to make me poo. Then she understood and could see the situation. She fed me back to health. Now, with the other nurse, she was so concerned and caring. The two nurses looked concerned when they saw the anguish and stress I was in. I managed to express the need for a pen and paper. I had just remembered what had happened and what I saw at the accident, and I needed to try and see if I could somehow write it down with my left hand. Writing was not easy for me, as I had never done it with my left hand before, but I needed to get it down. I hadn't got my dictaphone, so this was the only way. When I finished, I was exhausted. It felt to be in the evening, but the nurses who came back to check on me said it was late afternoon. One nurse asked if I needed some medication to help me calm down. I said no thanks, I will try and sleep. I feel a sort of relief that I have remembered what happened. It was planned that I would go home on the Saturday, but there was some question because of the drain on my leg, so I had to stay another night. I just wanted to get home. I didn't like the memories this place brought me. It was a place that saved my life, but also the place that brought all my nightmares back. I felt suffocated, fearful and trapped. I needed to leave and go home. I now had two things to deal with: the small intestines operation, which was very limiting, plus a painful, swollen, stitched up leg that complicated matters. Me and the boys had to get through it. I knew it was essential that I did nothing for the first 2 weeks. Risking an infection or busting open my wounds was really not an option. That would make me out of action for longer and not help the boys. I really had to be good and not to do a single thing that could slow my recovery. I was due back at Nantes Hospital on the 28th of September to let Pichu see how I was healing. I would try and be good at least till after then. By the middle of October I could do so much more, but avoiding any heavy stuff. I had told myself that I needed to get to the end of 2018 to allow my strength to come back and lay low in the winter so I could get on with my plan to start training in 2019. But before that, I had the little thing, the court case, on the 16th of November. I found out that it was cancelled again because it was noticed that the whole report by Lyndon had been done using the wrong car. Yes, you heard me correctly. He had calculated everything using 2 left-hand drive cars. I was in a English right-hand drive car. How could such a major mistake be made? I now had alarm bells ringing. Where are they getting these experts from? I am being charged with double murder here. Eventually, when I started to do my own investigation, the things I revealed on the first report by Maurice Pascal and the third report by Christopher Lendon left me in no doubt that there was some cover-up, corruption, you name it, what you will, but it certainly was manipulated to try and fit the story that had been told. But karma will sneak up and bite their asses, I am sure of that. Now, the new court date was the 15th of April 2019. I did a recording on the 31st of December 2018. Here it is.
It is the 31st of December 2018.
I have just listened to my last recording, which was on my birthday, the 7th of October 2017. It's been a long time since I've recorded anything, for a number of reasons. The last recording was somewhat stressful. It was after a very difficult time. I'd only just left August. I was living in a one-bedroom place, and I wasn't driving. Life was difficult. The boys, Elliot and Harvey, as the last recording says, Harvey came up for 10 minutes on my birthday. It put me in a bad place because I just felt all alone. But looking back, I had to go through that. I had to go through that pain and that stress. I had to. And look what's done now. Look how wonderful the boys are. The situation now, I'll go through it as quickly and stage by stage, is that Christmas, Rob was playing the game of not doing blah blah blah, not threatening, not paying bills, not doing this, whatever. Elliot basically moved in with me and just went down Saturdays very quickly. He was with me very soon as I was driving, which was November. The boys, I made a trip for the boys. Me and Elliot went to England in November, came back, and I got my car on the 6th of November. The car made a massive difference. In December 2017, I fell and broke my hip, which laid me down quite a lot, although fortunately it was holidays for Christmas, so Harvey took up most of the work with the animals. I didn't go to the hospital. I just had an appointment with my specialist in January 2018. At that point he examined me and was about to book me in for my operation for the metal taken out when I told him I had a fall. He really looked at the x-rays and realised I had broken my hip. The operation had to be delayed because it was a vicious operation and he needed the hip to heal. That was January 2018. In December 2017, I managed to get Rob to talk with the help of Norman and Helen. And the decision was that he no longer wanted the house, even though I offered him the house without me taking any money as long as he put the boys' names on the deeds. He said he fucking wouldn't ever do that. So the decision was, I didn't want the house. I wanted to move on, get a smaller place, adapt it for my disabilities. But at the meeting, which wasn't very pleasant, he asked for money and he said he didn't want the house. I said I didn't want the house, but to be honest, I just needed it over. I did all the running around, I organised a solicitor, I did all this, that and the other. At that point, I had the card and he had the chequebook. Although he was working a little bit, he no longer had a job. So my disability money was still running the house. I told him that he had to get a new bank account and he no longer could have the chequebook because he wasn't putting anything into it. This sent him into craziness. To cut another story short, it was arranged February the 9th, 2018, he would leave the house. He did leave it and I moved in. On that Sunday, I had arranged the two boys to go to England, stay with Kay and Dennis and see Susan and Peter and to have a week. I'd booked them into a little hotel in Ossie and I could see Harvey was really, really stressed. He wasn't talking to Rob. He was living with Rob. He was doing all the work. He needed the hell out of there. I booked this way before I knew I was moving back into the house. So they went and came back. So Rob left
on the 9th, he walked 2 minutes to Norman and Ellen's and stayed there. Apparently, he told them he'd stay there 3 days, but he stayed there for 6.5 weeks, which was not good. So we sorted everything out. He got the money he demanded and more, probably. He got the car. The only thing he asked for out of the house was his baton balls, his dartboard and his welding machine. That says a lot. No photos, nothing of whatever. So that was it. He'd spent a lot of in the 6.5 weeks he spent probably 20 minutes with the boys. Never picked them up from school, never took them out, never had a round at Norman and Ellen's, but spent most of his time with the people in the village, with everybody, ex-friends of mine, so-called friends, Claire, Stephen, Sharon and Phil, Alex and Kelly. All these people he went and had meals with went out. The night before he left, the Saturday before he left on the Monday, the Sunday Monday, he was out in the new pub in Labsey with Sharon and Phil. Didn't take the boys anywhere. He did come and ask if they wanted to go to Claire and Stephen's, but they didn't want to be with anybody else. They wanted to be with a dad. They wanted a one-to-one with a dad. They didn't want to be babysitting while he drank and spoke about the mother in front of people and slagged her off. Anyway, to cut a long story, it was hell. It's hell to think that I didn't speak to anybody except Mel and people in England. I just kept a low profile, but and cut myself off from the people. On the last day before he went, I took his world around and tried the house, but he'd gone round to Norman's, which he'd spent quite a long time, and round to Mark's. I said to Harvey, I'm going to do this now because then he doesn't have to have any problems tomorrow, whatever. But the door was locked, so I put the welder in the back of his car because the car was open. I then said to Harvey, go back, I'll just nip round to Mark's and tell him it's there so he locks the car tonight because it's a welding machine. When I got there, sat in having aperitifs and all being so cosy, was Eric and Michelle, who I no longer spoke to because they were gossiping and slagging me off, Mark, Martine and Rob. I went and knocked on the door, just said, didn't go in, said, will you just tell Rob? He said, all right, thank you. And then as I turned to leave, it wasn't dark, Martine shut the electric shutters. Now that might say it's a bit stupid because I reacted, but bear in mind where I am at this point in my life. It felt so dismissive, it felt so go away. So I turned and re-knocked on the door, me being me, and said, Martin, I'm not interested in what you're doing. I don't want to listen. She says, I didn't shut them. I says, well, you haven't shut the other ones. And she dismissed me with her hand like a dog. So that was it. I went in the house and I said I told them basically all to fuck off. I told Eric and Michelle to go to hell and not to speak to me again. Rob joined in and his halo slipped and he effed and blinded me. And I said, well, why are you still here? You've got your money, why don't you fuck off? I also said, why are the boys speaking to you? And he said, ooh, somebody's influenced that. I said, really? I want you to have a good relationship with them. So that was that. So now I don't speak to any of the previous people I spoke to in the village. It's the only way I can survive. They have really, really shown their true colours. So that gets us to March. Rob buggered off, still had no contact with him. We don't know where he is or what he's done. I don't know why he's picking this out on the boys. On the Sunday before he left, he requested to go around. Elliot was 10 minutes with him. Harvey wanted to talk to him. When he come out, he was white as a ghost. I said, Harvey, I'm really sorry that you feel like this. You don't have to tell me anything, but I'm here to support you. He said, well, I just know how not to treat people now, do I? I've been shown how not to be. He just was a load of bullshit and lies. He just lied to me. I said, well, whatever. So that was it. He says, I'll never speak to Dad again. I said, never's a long time, Harvey. So anyway, picks the pieces up, continues, gets there, tries to get organised, takes the pressure off Harvey, tries to do more. They go back to school, and Elliot's finishes his last year at college, which he hated, but he'd finished. Harvey continued with his first year at lycée. Then the summer arrives, so everything's relaxed, we're getting slowly organised, blah blah blah, and then boom, September, June. Oh, besides that, we had some baby pigs because everything was unorganised, so we had that to deal with, but slowly we're dealing with that. But in July, I was rushed into hospital for yet another operation to have 10 centimetres of my small intestines cut away because it had gone twisted and black and green. They also took my appendix out. That was a shock and a big operation. It took me a long time to recover because they basically cut my stomach open and came out, but I couldn't do anything. So Harvey and Elliot took up the strain again. Nobody knew except Mel and Chris and Marie. None of the village knew, didn't need them, weren't going to have anything to do with them. They let me down badly. I'm not going to rely on them ever again. So that was that. Really bad. I was really careful. I didn't want to bust these stitches open. I told Harvey I would, if he can just cover until he goes back to school. They go back to school in September. Elliot adores his new joinery course. He loves it. The same school as Harvey. At the same time, Harvey's passed his test. He had to have some extra lessons in a different school, but he got his test in September. I went back in August to my specialist in Nantes, and he said, yes, there's not a problem to do your operation if the anaesthetist says it's okay so soon after another major operation. So it was agreed I would go in September the 13th. September the 13th went back to Nantes. Had my metal tech now, fine. But then on the Saturday, I had a really bad time because everything came back. The smells, the room, the colour of the walls, the helicopter. I could hear the helicopter. I could even hear a motorbike that used to come when I was bedridden there for 6.5 weeks. It was horrendous. I had flashbacks, and so I was in a real state. I asked the nurse if she would bring me a pen and paper. I sat there and I wrote what I remember, and I remembered the accident. And basically I come upon this car, and it was slowing down, but I had no indication it was slowing down because there were no brake lights on. So I had to make the split decision. I saw the person slumped at the wheel and another person holding the steering wheel. There was a big problem in that car, and then all I remember after that was a big bang, spinning, white light, and saying I'm not going because I've got my boys to look after. And then lots and lots of voices, lots of shouting and looking for my hand, looking for my hand. I just remember it. I was in such a state after I wrote this. I came home on the Sunday, but the thing is, I am so relieved. I don't care. The court case has been cancelled yet again, so it's not till 2019 now. But I really, really, really I'm relieved that I know what happened. I don't care if nobody believes me. I'm past the judgment. If they judge it's my fault, then I've been blamed from day one anyway. But in my heart, in my soul, in my being, I know I didn't cause that accident. So that is judgment enough for me. So now we're in September. I'm laid down again. The knee operation, slowly, because of circumstances, I had to get on with things. The stomach was still healing, and I had to be aware of no infection in my knee from the operation. So slowly we get there. slowly we get there. So September, October, it's funny, the guy's forgot my birthday again, but he didn't bother me, not like the last thing. And then I went, halfway through the day I went, it was my birthday today. And I went, and it wasn't a problem. I feel that we're happier. I know they've gone through hell and back, and I know that I have been really difficult. And the thing is, but the fact remains that he continually lied, continued to be secretive, he continued to never just bully me, just attack me, he never once embraced me, never once reassured me, never once sat with me. In fact, when I was in the hospital in September, I laid there and things come to you, and I just thought, wait a minute, I rushed here in a helicopter. They were 50-50 really grave injuries, don't know if she'll survive, and he didn't even come. He sent Claire and Stephen because he said he had to stay with the boys in case he had to tell them the bad news. And I thought to myself, nobody would have stopped me being at his side. Nobody would have stopped me being with my partner on the deathbed. So I accept that some people can't deal with things. But he still cheered up when he got his money. You know, it's just, I wish he'd just been more honest. For the boy's sake more than anything. I didn't expect him to stay with somebody who were handicapped if he didn't want to. If he were going to hang around, he had to pull his weight, and he didn't. He just pretended to, and he spent so much energy on other people instead of his own family. And I feel good for them. You know, whatever he's doing, wherever he is, good. In a massive, massive way. I'm free of all the crap. And, you know, we will deal with our problems, and we won't be manipulated, and we won't be judged, and we won't be harassed, because we've just got us to bring together. Having said all that, it's not easy. It's really hard. And so we're getting there. We've had a good Christmas, be it quiet. We've got New Year. Can't kid you, I'm glad this year's going. It's been a rough year. I'm over mankind. I don't think mankind should be called mankind because it's man cruel. I just need to just move forward and just be quiet and accept that people are that way because of the way the world has gone. The main thing is Elliot's and Harvey's smiling face and enjoyment, and that is me. I know I'm going through the mill. I know I've had trauma after trauma, and nobody will understand. It's funny because the Pompiers came to sell a calendar, and the girl was there, and she said that she had the job, her keep had the job to go look for my hand. I couldn't find it. She says, I was screaming my head off, there was blood everywhere. She says, you were aware you were looking for your hand, blah blah blah. They couldn't find my hand, but a guy went for a pee and found my hand. So you have to laugh. So my hand got peed on, basically. But I don't know. The future has got to be good. We're here, we're on this planet, no matter what anybody says, and we're on this planet for a reason. So we've just got to let that reason be revealed to us. I hope to go forward. I hope to be busy. I'm withdrawing myself from the main society because I don't like the way mankind, man cruel has gone. And I've got 50 dahlias delivered. I'm going to concentrate on simple things. I'm going to grow things. I'm going to have minimal animals, enough animals, and just prepare for the Olympics. That's still something I have to do. My body is battered. It needs repairing. It needs strength. It needs training. So compared to the last conversation on this, I feel a year of horrendousness, but a year without the lies, without the demoralisation, without the bullying, without the
gossip, without the nastiness, without the unknown, is doable. You cope better when you know you've got the support around you, and you know that somebody's not going to kick you in the head just because you're down. And that's how it was for the first few years. And really, in common to Rob, I just think he's probably built himself a massive prison. He's imprisoned his mind. He may be jolly, he may be drinking with his friends, he may have sat and watched World Cup in England or wherever he is. He may be the man around town, he may have money in his pocket, he may not have any stress, but deep, deep in his soul, he knows that he's not being good. And that may not come towards him till later in life. It's a shame he didn't have the balls to do more. Because I know I would never have let him down. I would have argued back with him, and he may have been a nicer patient, or he may not have had the will to do what I've done. He may have stayed in his bed, he may have stayed in his wheelchair, because I feel he's quite a weak person, and I don't know what his life is going to hold. But they say I don't have any feelings towards him, and it's often said that if you hate somebody, you still love them. I have no feelings as long as the boys are alright. Whatever the boys want to do, if the boys want to visit him, if ever he contacts us, if the boys want to, then I'll support whatever they want to do. But me personally, I have no anger. I've just moved on. I just was fed up of being trampled on, and he probably didn't even think he was doing it. But we'll see. If he doesn't contact Elliot next week on his birthday, then we'll know, won't we? So he is saying a Happy New Year. May the gods, may the angels, may the forces out there that are guiding my life and my boy's life and all the people that I care around me, take care of them, love them, guide them and protect them. Bring on the new year in a wonderful, give us opportunities, give us choices, give us health, give us peace and give us energy. I'm looking forward to a new year. Bye for now.
26 minutes. It seems I always have so much optimism for a new year, after getting through the trials and tribulations of the one I was leaving behind. As the previous couple of years had not failed in sending me one or two challenges, 2019 would not fail to disappoint. The universe continued to throw me some curveballs. Some I could catch and run forwards with, others I couldn't, and I knocked on and got trampled by my team, who had a different victory in sight, the one I wasn't told about in the brief team talk. Now I would have to play the game on my own, just me and Stubby. End of chapter. Chapter 32. The gifts from APF and thrown to the lions. Unthinking respect for authority is the greatest enemy of the truth. Albert Einstein. January and February 2019 passed quick, with not too many things going on. I still needed to get stronger, both in my core and my legs. I was still careful how I moved and what I did and lifted. The operation that cut open my abdomen being a challenge to recover from, a cough or a sneeze could be a dangerous thing. The winter always brought a respite from the many outside jobs, and I was grateful for that, and that Harvey was driving. March was a busy month. I had so many appointments. All my wonderful team from APF, Association de Paralympics de France, contributed immensely to me moving forwards. They were pointing me in the right direction, putting me on the right path, even going with me to start my dream of being back hitting the weights, helping me to get that up and running. Also in March, I had the usual rushed, non-English speaking meeting with my solicitor on the 23rd of March with Riposo in Brisbane, where I found out that he had not sent my memory of the accident. I had this memory in Nantes Hospital back in September 2018. He hadn't sent it to the court, even though he had had it in October 2018. I didn't really get a reason why it hadn't been sent. I was not happy. The alarm bells were going off again. What was his game? The court date was less than a month away on the 15th of April. That's if it didn't get cancelled for a fourth time. The little problem of Christopher Lindon, the third expert, putting the wrong car in for his calculations didn't seem to matter, according to Lindon. He didn't even change the photo showing a right-hand car and just left two left-hand cars in his expert's report's calculations. Now, I'm no expert, but to me, if you are driving a right-handed car opposed to a left-handed car, doesn't your whole field of vision and how it is presented differ? Isn't it different? Or am I not getting something here? The so-called expert, Lindon, did, however, suddenly add a paragraph saying that there must have been a third car involved. Why not make it up as you go along? Others seem to use that method of investigation. What about a UFO? Or Starship Enterprise, Star Trek, beaming me up with Scotty? Now I was really pissed off. I spent every minute I could analysing these 3 expert reports, even though they were all in French. My basic human rights clearly stating it was my right to have the information in my native tongue, which was English. Well, Yorkshire really. I got nothing in English. A violation of the basic human right to a fair and just trial, which is the law set down by the European Convention of Human Rights. In a case of Faucher versus France, 18th of March 1997, it was concluded that each party must be afforded a reasonable opportunity to present his or her case in conditions that do not place him or her at a disadvantage vis-à him or her opponent. The Convention also maintains that everyone charged with a criminal offence has the following minimal rights. A. To be informed promptly in a language which he understands. B. To have adequate time and facilities for the preparation of his defence. C. To defend himself in person. So you get the picture. The rat I smelt on the 24th of January 2017 while being interrogated by the police had many brothers and sisters, all with the same odour and the same agenda, to not reveal the truth and to not give a person their basic human rights. The stench was overpowering. The rest of March gave me some positive vibes. My team from APF visited me on different days, and I felt their concerns and desire to help my situation. I was disabled, left abandoned to take care of 2 teenagers, run a small holding, have doctor's appointments, have major surgery, and deal with a double murder charge, plus rely on a very poor legal assistant in a foreign language. I needed the APF's professional and amazing help. That was unquestionable. I was very lucky and grateful that I was given it. I had done some research on powerlifting gyms in my area, and I had a choice of two, one in La Rochelle, the other in Poitiers. They were both an hour and 30 minutes drive away. I decided on Poitiers. I visited the gym and arranged to visit in April. Claudia from APF would take me and we could get the ball rolling and start on my road to the Paralympics. I had the drive and the passion, but no muscle or strength, the two elements that I needed to religiously work on. It would not be fast, but my main aim was to grow the muscle and progress without getting injured. The date was arranged for the end of April to visit the gym. I had just got that matter of the court now, on the 15th of April. Little did I know that I was about to be thrown to the lions, and they were hungry. I had little confidence in Mr. Raposo. He just didn't have the desire, or even the thought, that he could present a very strong case. He dismissed everything I had found, and how he would represent me and what he said in court was damning to my case. I concluded, allegedly, that he was either instructed to lose the case or he was shit scared of this big famous solicitor the family had gone to. The company the Dupont family turned to was Corbris, Cortius and Associates, the main cabinet in Bordeaux and a second one in Paris. Though Philippe Cortus appeared to be involved in the case, he signed the paperwork. He didn't bother to show up, sending one of his henchmen instead, a woman who would stand and deliver her vicious attacks on me. I wouldn't say she was really that good in my opinion, resorting to personal attacks, trying to hide the hard facts that an 85-year-old, probably on medication and more than likely with alcohol in his system, was driving or trying to. The reason I believe he was on medication and was a drinker is the fact that it wasn't investigated or was never mentioned. Also, the crap she came up with on the 15th of April 2019 was further confirmation that there was one hell of a cover-up going on, and I was the scapegoat. It's what happened in the Hillsborough investigation, with Schumacher in 1997 mentioned in Chapter 12, Epstein and the Royal Andrew. If you have power, money, fame, and lack of integrity, you believe you can lie and trample your way through life, the weak and innocent being the stepping stones to getting more power, fame, and money. But sometimes those trampled, used, crippled individuals won't be silent, won't be bullied, and fight back against all odds without power, fame, or money, but with a power that eludes the tramplers. That is the power of the truth. It's a bit ironic that the reason for Philippe Cortus becoming a solicitor was after his brother was killed in a car crash, and how he wanted to get justice for the victims. Really? Then was that at any cost and by any means of manipulation? The following is Mr. Curtis's profile on Google. Very interesting reading. Lawyers specialising in the defence and compensation of victims of bodily accidents. The loss of his older brother in a traffic accident explains his great motivation to advise and assist victims of road accidents and their families in all the efforts to obtain and sanction of those responsible and compensation for the victims. Coming from a medical family, Philippe Cortes was sensitised very early on to the problem of medical errors and wished to fully invest in the cause of the victims. Thus, Philippe Cortes has decided to put his skill at the service of victims of road accidents and medical errors. Philippe Cortes' skill in the defence of victims of bodily injury and his humane qualities are recognised, and Philippe Cortes very often intervenes in various media in order to testify or give advice to victims. He published a book to allow all victims of bodily accidents to be able to have the victim's status recognised, defend themselves and obtain the best compensation for their various damages. Maybe I need to read that book. Okay, to quote Philippe Cortes, to invest in the cause of the victims and at the service of victims of road accidents and medical errors. Would that include the cause of death by any chance? So why is there no autopsy, the only legal way to define the cause of death? No medical records provided from you? You came from a medical family. You know the consequences of prescribed drugs. Or maybe that's why there is not one bit of information about the health, medication or medical condition of an 85-year-old driver. Also, alcohol. Why is that not investigated? Just asking. Do I fear you using your power and influence to go after me? No. I would embrace it. It would give me material, motivation and confirmation that I had hit a nerve and getting to the truth and the chance to write about it. Remember, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. I may be a tiny ant in your world, but the strength of such a tiny creature is immense, and there is always an army of little ants behind, waiting to give assistance. The morning of the 15th of April arrived. I had decided to go on my own. I thought that Maurice Pascal's report was so poor, and the fact that Christopher Lendon had ballsed up the third report, not even putting the right car into achieving his report, meant to me the national expert Mark Pouch's report would and could only be the accepted report within the legal courts. It was the only report without any mistakes. It was a very professional, high-standard report from a national expert with immense experience in his field of expertise. The judges are educated, intelligent people. They would see through the unacceptable mistakes of Pascal and Lendon and go with a report that concluded that I couldn't have caused the accident. Then there was my memory in the hospital. The poor driver could easily, at the age of 85, have had an health problem and collapsed at the wheel. It happens every day, with much younger people. Most 85-year-olds and their families usually decide it's best for them not to drive, even short distances, for obvious reasons. My dad, the tank, stopped driving in his late 70s, and he had been a taxi driver for most of his life. It may be hard to believe that in France you don't need a medical examination by your GP to drive when you get to a certain age. You can be 101, have many health issues and be as blind as a bat, and the French law says you can still drive. No questions asked and no medical needed. How crazy is that? Yet, be in the wrong place at the wrong time, become 80% disabled by an 85-year-old driver, possibly with alcohol and prescribed drugs in their system, and you have to see doctors and be examined and declared physical and probably mentally fit to be given permission to even take a test and have driving lessons. Then, every so many years, get a medical to have permission to continue to drive. The Tribunal Correctionnel was at La Roche-sur-Yon, over an hour's drive away. I got ready. I was sat in my adapted car and thought, I need a CD. The radio is so stop-start with advertisements. I went back into the house to get a Guns N' Roses CD. I couldn't find it, so I picked up the next one I saw. I wasn't looking forward to today. The music would help. Songs in the last year had started giving me messages, guidance and peace, which I would eventually get put onto a USB so I could train to them and listen to them in the car. This USB would become part of my healing and therapy, my medication. It wasn't a particularly good day, the skies were grey and it threatened rain. I got there in good time and waited for my solicitor, Raposo. I also had an interpreter, Caroline, a nice lady but a timid person. She had been in the police station back in January 2017, but my gut was saying, trust no one. The time came for us to enter the court. The family were there. I don't think the whole 24 to 26 of the people who began to sue me 3 days after the accident were there, but there were at least 10 or 12. As I sat, I was not in my wheelchair. I saw the main female judge, who was dealing with a young man on a different charge. I thought, this bitch is going to have me. It's as if I could see right into her soul, and it wasn't pleasant. She appeared to be cold and had no empathy, totally different to the 3 judges I had had before back in 2017. I just knew I was about to be thrown into the Colosseum with many lions, Mr. Raposo being one of them. I had to stand in the middle of the court. My interpreter to the right, the 3 judges, Isabelle de Cox, Elodie Marty Testeler, and Mr. Pascal Mitch, directly in front of me. The public prosecutor to my left, Emily Rayner, Mr. Raposo also on my left, and the Dupont solicitor, Geraldine Daphne, to my right, further back, behind me and Caroline. Judge Isabelle de Cox stated the charges that the police had come up with, which I was aggressively at speed, overtook at a place I was only allowed to overtake slow-moving vehicles, and caused the death of 2 people. As I am writing this, 2020 to 2021, I feel so disappointed in the sheer allowance and permission that our society gives to a system that can pick and choose what facts or information it wants to use to get the outcome it is seeking and determined to reach. It picks out the laws that are convenient to allow it to achieve that, and brushes aside or ignores other laws that are there that will not take them to the already decided outcome. Lawfully defining the cause of death being one little thing they chose to avoid. Let's guess the cause of death. Better still, let's instead blame the other alleged aggressive driver who had never had an accident or been given any speeding offence in France before, and was 52, not 85. Wasn't on any medication, never really drank alcohol, more into fitness, and had been driving since the age of 17 and had driven all over the world. Let's ignore the physical and medical health of an 85-year-old who had travelled many kilometres that day, had been to their friends or family at a peril time, probably on prescribed medications, and also probably had alcohol in their system. Let's not investigate any of that. It's her fault, mine, because Harvey Dupont, the son, who wasn't even at the accident, said so on the 5th of April 2016 in a police station in Cognac. That will do. She's not French anyway. This was the justice system I was being thrown into. The first thing that they must do is discredit the person's character and the truth. In my case, these people must be clever. They must have all been stood in the field watching, using the word aggressive, throwing that descriptive word in, aggressive, for impact and drama. Why not the word carefully? This is the justice that we are brainwashed to believe and accept. How many other innocent people have been framed? Judge Isabel de Cox got very agitated with me. Though I didn't understand much, I knew that I was a target, the one to blame and attack, no matter what. Let's just ignore any truths or uninvestigated information. A strong message came into my head. This is your only chance. He, Raposo, won't ask your questions. You ask them. My recordings may be more accurate to what I asked, but this is my memory now in 2021. The only way they could get me to cause the accident was for me to have aggressively been overtaken at speed. Not me trying to get to safety because the car in front was driving wrong and all over the road. The topic of my memory came up in a sarcastic way. You don't remember the Christmas before. How can you remember the accident? Was the Judge de Cox's attitude. Has she not heard of Freud and his theory of things stimulating the memory? I was in the same hospital, same surroundings, same noises, smells, and some of the same staff. I was never unconscious throughout my accident. It was in my memory somewhere. Also, if I were going to conveniently remember it as Judge Isabel de Cox was implying, I should have remembered it before the 15th of April 2019. I should have remembered it before December the 18th, 2017, the date we should have been in court. The court date cancelled 3 times because of the incompetence of Christopher Lendons, the third expert. I couldn't believe what Judge de Cox said next. If he was slumped at the wheel, the car would have slowed down and stopped. My response. Well, his foot could have stayed on the acceleration pedal as he slumped forwards. I am thinking to myself, she's a judge. So when you faint, have a heart attack or fall asleep at the wheel while driving, you first put on your car out of gear, handbrake on, hazard lights on, and stop the car, and then you can slump at the wheel. The very fact that your foot was on the gas before the problem occurs means it probably stays there, and the force of the forward motion of the body may even accelerate the gas more. Now I had to think on my feet. She was going for my jugular. So I said, knowing that there hadn't been one carried out, the autopsy will give us the time and cause of death. She didn't like that. Judge de Cox turned to the judge to the right and demanded they looked at the time of death. With her importance and aggressive manner, here's that word again, but she was aggressive, she looked straight at me, well, through me, and said, it was 10 p.m. I said, that's the time he was pronounced dead. The first person on the scene who phoned for help, in her statement, she said there was no sign of life. in at least 4 Pompier statements they said there was no life. One even thinking and stating in his police statement it had been an heart attack, and that was before 9 p.m. That was it. I was now about to get hung, drawn and quartered by everyone. The pack of hungry lions advancing. I also asked, why do we not have the medical records of an 85-year-old? They asked for mine, and I'm in my early 50s, 52 at the time of the accident. Next up, Geraldine Dauphine, the Dupon's solicitor. This is what Geraldine Dauphine said in court on the 15th of April 2019. She speaks for the family, a painful case. Today we have a complete vision of the accident, minus an autopsy, medical records or an alcohol test. I'm appalled by the fact that you do not feel, she means me, responsible for their deaths. The family does not like the idea the couple could have drunk. Does this mean they did? They were married for 59 years with a huge family who all wrote a certify to show the human qualities of the Dupon's couple. I believe they probably were a very nice couple, but one that should not have been driving, and the family knew that. They were an aged couple, but in perfect health. Then prove it. Give us the medical records. They were going to have dinner with Mrs. Dupon's sister. Yes, after having been in Saint-Pompin with friends or family, leaving just after apéro time. Did the driver have a drink or not? Some bugger asked the question. They asked me. The family want to understand. They do not want you, me, to go to prison. Stop lying then and tell the truth. Oh, by the way, losing your right hand is quite imprisoning. The family lost 2 parents. That could have been avoided. Driving at 85-year-olds is not a good idea. They need explanations and logic. Then acknowledge the existence of Mark Pusher's a national expert report, the only one who didn't make any fundamental mistakes like the other 2 experts. Overtaking is not reproached, but was dangerous. Guessing the facts. She, me, overtook the vehicle that was not disturbing the traffic. She must have been there. The car is English to overtake a big car. My car was bigger than theirs. She had no visibility. But Christopher Lendon says that doesn't make any difference. He didn't even use a right-handed car in his calculations. They need to understand why she went back into the right lane. Gossip, assuming. Maybe an obstacle arrived in the opposite direction. Oh yes, Lendon said that when challenged for putting the wrong car in. Let's make it up as we go along, shall we? Overtaking was inconsiderate, if I even did overtake. Mrs. Walker says Mr. Dupont was unconscious, but no expert mentioned that the car moved from one side to the other. Yes, they did. Lendon and Push stated exactly that. The movement on the left mentioned by Mr. Lendon. Thought they didn't mention moving from side to side. Was just part of the normal way of driving. It's not how I was taught to drive. Weaving from side to side has never been a normal way for me to drive. We don't know why Mrs. Walker overtook. She didn't. But then how else are you going to frame me? I'm appalled. So you should be with the things you've been hiding. That Mrs. Walker does not get the logic. I don't get the logic. Then she said this bit. If Mr. Dupont's car went to the left, you should have gone to the left too. No, my logic would have been to get the hell out of the way, as far away from a car coming left towards me. If Mr. Dupont was unconscious, the car should have slowed down. Not that one again. If he was not driving correct, she should have slowed down. I probably did. What she says is not consistent. Tell me what's not consistent. If Mr. Dupont's car went to the right, it did, 2 experts say so. It means he had seen Mrs. Walker's car coming on to the right. So why did he then go left? If Mrs. Dupont was holding the wheel, the car could not turn to the right. Why not? It can go right or left. It's a steering wheel. The family would like to understand they need the truth. They already know the truth. Their father was not fit to drive that day, and they are filled with guilt and remorse because they not only lost their father, but he then caused the loss of their mother. That's why they need to blame someone else. It's easier to accept. That's not an easy thing for the family to admit. The comments I make are what I would say if I was to ever get the chance, but that was never going to happen. I was silenced, but the following years as I started to investigate more deeply, wanting to find real evidence that I caused this accident and that I did actually overtake, would only show me things that confirmed I didn't overtake. There was so much hidden, not mentioned and manipulated. It just confirmed what my intuition, guides and the universal justice system was shouting to me and was trying to tell me, which was I did not kill 2 people or cause the accident. It wasn't my ego or my fear of being blamed. I would take the blame if they showed the full story, not leaving vital evidence out. But the more I tried to find hard evidence that it was me, the more I found hard evidence that it wasn't me. My solicitor, Raposo, was up next. I say my solicitor, but throughout the time in the court, he didn't speak once or acknowledge me, choosing instead to lean on Geraldine Dauphine's desk and talking to her. Maybe the 2 of them thought they had accomplished their mission, but they didn't factor into their cosy relationship that I was a Libran from Yorkshire and hated injustice. This scapegoat was not going down without a fight. I will write Raposo's summary without any comments. Please try to believe he was supposed to be on my side. My nemesis summary in court, 15th of April 2019. It's a tragedy, 3 years after the accident. Broken lives for the family and for Mrs. Walker, who is devastated. Mrs. Walker was a good driver and liked driving. Mrs. Walker bought a house in 2004 and settled in 2009 and drove a lot. There were no witnesses and a loss of memory. The first report was by an independent expert, second report by an insurance alliance. Different findings, so a third report was requested in order to gather enough elements about the case. Mrs. Walker finds it difficult to admit certain things. She has always tried to find the truth and defend herself to continue with her life. We have the essential elements more objective than before. There was overtaking at a speed higher than authorised. The Peugeot partner also moved to the left. It remained in its lane. The vehicles touched one another. Both cars hit the tree because the steering wheel was turned abruptly to the right by both vehicles. I attached the memory of the facts that Mrs. Walker had in September. I am aware that this memory came back in the same hospital in similar conditions. This memory may contain some truth. I think you can collapse and have your foot on the accelerator. The abrupt turning of the steering wheel to the right could have been done by the passenger. It's impossible to prove it. Medical and legal investigations were not done correctly. No autopsy. Maybe it would not have been interesting, but it could have revealed an health incident. I cannot prove that this vehicle would have gone slower and that she had to take a quick decision. So she overtook. Maybe the legal truth will not be the source of the actual truth. There is no penalty that will give peace to the family. She cannot understand her behaviour on the road may have been dangerous. She has to live with the death of two people, and that it is difficult to admit. Moral pain plus physical pain. Mrs. Walker will go out with a penalty that will not correspond to what she has lived. We cannot cancel an English driving licence. To limit her right to drive on the French territories for some years, it's possible. 3 years suspended imprisonment is a lot, taking into account Mrs. Walker's profile. I only became aware of the civil financial question on Thursday. This was a solicitor in my corner, his attitude being no mention of alcohol, no mention of the driver being 85. He stated that things like no autopsy or medical records and the legal investigation was not being done correctly. Then goes on to state it could have revealed an health incident. He never mentioned the fact that the second national expert, Mark Push, was the only one to not make a fundamental mistake. Took only a month to produce a very high quality piece of work opposed to the other two, Pascal and Lendon. They took 9 months and Lendon over a year, with many mistakes, and Push had concluded a number of things. 1. The way the evidence, the cars, had been unpreserved and contaminated meant they could not be legally used as evidence. And 2. I did not cause the accident. Mr. Raposo didn't bother with any of that. For a student lawyer, this case was a gift. All they needed to do was highlight the unlawfulness of the whole cruel bullying situation. Instead, this so-called solicitor pussyfooted around and even states she has to live with the death of 2 people and that it is difficult to admit. Moral pain plus physical pain. What? I was the only moral, honest person in this circus of lies, cover-ups and manipulation. So you can imagine I was not in a good place. But the prosecutor, Ms. Rayern, hadn't had her pound of flesh yet. Here's what the prosecutor for France stated in court on the 15th of April 2019. It's a difficult case with 2 deaths. Involuntary homicide. Difficult to find the right words. I usually just tell the truth. And penalties. Loss of Mr. and Mrs. Dupont will bear on you and the family. No peace for them or for you. The judge must say if Miss Walker committed the involuntary homicide. I reproach Mrs. Walker for 2 faults. Driving too fast. 2 reports prove it. These reports made huge mistakes. How can that be ignored? overtaken in dangerous conditions, if I ever did overtake. 2 years because the penalties wanted more experts' report, but not necessary. What? The first report by Pascal couldn't even get the number of people deceased right. First expert was appointed by Cassation Court. The first report didn't see any fault from Mr. Dupont. The second report was produced by an expert commissioned by your insurance. She didn't bother to say he was a national expert and concluded that I didn't cause the accident. The third report was similar to the first. She forgot to mention he put the wrong car in and he left it in when challenged. He said that you were driving at least 105 km per hour instead of 90 km per hour. You overtook where there was a line intended for overtaking slow vehicles. Second fault, Mrs. Walker went back too quickly onto the right. Though my car had no damage at the back at the place of the alleged contact. Maybe disturbed by Mr. Dupont's moving to the left. I would instinctively get away from a car coming towards me. It was dark. Again, she must have been there. I didn't have my lights on. It was not dark. Driving quickly was not allowed to overtake. Guilty. Mrs. Walker should be sentenced to 3 years imprisonment, cancellation of her driving licence, forbidden to take another test to drive any vehicle. I had been driving since September 2017 with one hand and not had one incident at all, just as I had for all those years before, until I was on the same road at the same time as Mr. Dupont. In France we cannot make the decision respecting abroad, but we can sue Miss Walker if she does not comply with the decision. If she takes a driving test, she may be sued. Remember back in the 1980s when I was threatened, bullied and attacked at the age of 12 by Mrs. Sanderson, the PE teacher, on my first week of high school. I promised myself then I would never allow anyone to bully me again. I would speak my truth and live with my integrity and honesty. I can't do anything other than that. I would not accept these bullying, fear-evoking tactics by people who have the power to cover up, dismiss the truth and corrupt a situation. It's not how I choose to live. I was not having any difficulty in accepting anything except lies and bullying. I would not run away from this cruel, dishonest situation. I wanted the truth that the family and the friends of Mr. and Mrs. Dupont already had, but were keeping it well and truly hidden. I was destined to expose the way this system operates, to be able to help and show others that they must fight for their rights and not fear the bullies and their false power. I felt that was the reason I miraculously survived. I tried to plead with Judge Isabel de Cox that I did not cause the accident. She just got up, walked away, shouting back over her right shoulder, "You can appeal if you think you are innocent." Now, for the first time, Mr. Raposo was actually at my side, trying to calm me and move me away. Obviously, an embarrassment to him. I then went to leave, the family still there with their victory. I turned to one of the sons. He had a nice face, kind-looking and curly hair. I said, "I am sorry for your loss, but I did not kill your parents." He took my left hand and said, "Take care and look after those boys." He appeared a decent sort of bloke. I wondered if it was Harvey, the one who started the whole story and gossip off. I then spoke to the daughter, a doctor. so she had the knowledge of medical conditions and how prescribed drugs affects an 85-year-old. She was okay to speak to until Miss Geraldine Dauphine, the solicitor, grabbed hold of my right shoulder and pulled me back. I turned. She was giving me some shit in French, and I said, "Go away. I'm talking to a person who has just lost their parents. You have your so-called justice." The daughter said it's okay. She spoke English and accepted my conversation. But there was something not right. She had a strange look in her eyes, a sadness, yes, but it was more than that, like a plea for forgiveness, a look of guilt, of shame. In those brief seconds, my heart went out to this lady. She wanted to speak but couldn't. I wanted to embrace her and say I would not judge, but offer forgiveness. I wouldn't be angry. I just wanted honesty. I also tried to speak to another son who dismissed me and said something harsh and turned his back. I was dragged to one side by Raposo. There was the interpreter there also. I was on the verge of having a mental breakdown. I was just sentenced for double murder that I knew I wasn't guilty of. I was upset, angry with the system, and wanted to die. Once I had calmed myself, I announced to my solicitor that I wanted to appeal. I had already been guided by the universe to research it and knew I had 10 days in which to appeal. Mr. Raposo responds, No, Madam Walker, you can't do that. You will be given a worse sentence." My reply, "What, will they chop off my left hand as well?" He shit himself. I then said I will make an appointment with him in the next couple of days and make a decision then. His response, "I have no appointments free. I can't possibly see you." I said, "It has to be done in the next 10 days. "No, I can't see you before 10 days," was his cowardly response. Fucking what? I had just been charged with murdering 2 people on very dodgy evidence, and he couldn't find me 10 minutes to help my appeal. What the hell was this guy being paid around €300 an hour for? While we were talking, their solicitor, Ms. Dauphine, came to Nosy to see what was going on. I waved to her and invited her to join us, but she scurried off like sneaky rats usually do. I was in a bad way. Words don't really describe the orchestra of emotions that are playing out, not only in my head, but in every cell in my body. I had just been sentenced for double murder. As we parted company, he, Raposo, asked if I was okay to drive. "Oh yes," I said. "I will no doubt go and kill some more people because I am such an aggressive and dangerous driver. If I do happen to be in the same place as an accident, I will probably get the blame for that too." I personally would not have let me drive away without at least taking me for a drink of tea or coffee, or even driving behind me to keep an eye on me. He was, after all, going to the same area. But that's me, my humanity and care of others. Why do I keep thinking that these people have any humanity or care for another human being? They work in a cold, calculated and selfish environment. Holding out an helping hand to someone suffering and in pain is not in their DNA. Possibly instead being used to the suffering of others and maybe give them a slight kick as they are pushed down by the wonderful, just system they are so proud to be part of. They both just walked off and didn't even contact me later to see if I'd actually got home safely and if I was all right. But I had a much bigger, loving divine team watching over me, and they talk to me through song. It was raining quite hard now, and as I sat in my car, distraught in a very bad place, I needed to hear some friendly voices. I phoned Kay and Dembo, and they listened and calmed me. "What are you going to do?" Kay asked. "I don't know," was my reply. "You have been treated really bad, Penny. Can you live the rest of your life with the judgment that you have just been given?" Kay questioned. I didn't think I could. It would be like a cancer growing inside of me. The lies, the hidden information, the lack of any truth or clarity would slowly consume me because I knew I was not guilty. I then spoke to my amazing friend and wise person of words, Susan. She also helped me calm myself enough to drive back home. I was so grateful for their support. I was so close to just driving into a wall and fucking giving them something to talk about. All those people who were pecking at me, just as vultures do, all taking their pound of flesh. But as I started the car, a song came on from the CD I had hastily picked up before I left the house. It was Running Away by Bob Marley. In that moment, I realised I could not run away from this injustice. I had to be able to live with myself, and if I did not try and get the truth out in the open, I would have done myself so much harm and never be free from the mental torture all these injustices were giving me. Then as I drove, the song Get Up, Stand Up by Bob Marley sang a very clear message to me. Half the story has never been told, so now you see the light. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. What other sign did I need? I was not alone in this wicked world. Someone, some sort of energy was guiding me. I may not have the earthly justice, but a much more pure and truthful justice was being shown to me. I had to get up, stand up, and never give up the fight. This was not about me, little disabled one-handed Penny, but about humanity itself. If I was courageous, listened, and allowed myself to be guided, I would not only heal my own damaged soul, but allow many others to heal theirs as well. I may be criminalised, laughed at, ridiculed, abandoned, lied to, and be on a lonely path, but every step would be guided, and I would be protected by a power and a righteousness that is often not seen or dismissed because of the fear that has been planted in one's soul. From that moment onwards, I felt a calmness and warmth and a beginning of healing of my soul. I was not alone. It would not be a quick healing, and I would stumble and fall and be pushed or tripped many times. But I was now connected to the power of a deep spiritual love that would teach me many things that society could not. When I got home on the 15th of April, I could not sleep. I was thinking how unsupportive my solicitor was, and how he desperately didn't want me to appeal. At 3:56 a.m. on April the 16th, 2019, I sent him an email which I tried to translate into French. It said, "I wish to appeal." The email said, "The family said they wanted the truth, and today they did not get that. I want an appeal. I accept things but have difficulty accepting injustice. All my life I have needed the truth. It's who I am. Thank you. Penny Walker. I needed a change of scenery, and asked the boys if they could cope if I went to the UK for a week when they next had a holiday from lycée. No problems. So I booked a cheap flight in May. Also, throughout April, APF had visited me and helped me in so many different ways. Nanjin, the psychologist, having to listen to my feelings and disappointments about the court case. Eventually Mr. Raposo had given me an appointment after the 10 days cut-off time. But for the next 10 days after the court sentencing, I constantly chased him up to make sure he had put my appeal in. I also contacted Mr. Ravet from the Allianz Insurance to make sure my appeal was lodged. I didn't actually trust that it would be, but it was my human right to appeal. I also sent Mr. Raposo a translated email regarding the areas that were needed to be investigated and mentioned at my appeal. I doubt he even bothered to read it. I got a meeting with the solicitor after the 10 days, and all he kept saying was I could get a different solicitor if I wanted. He must have said it 4 times. I had Harvey with me as a translator and a witness. I was really not trusting that this guy had my best interests at heart, especially after what he had said in court. I was sort of ignored and told to be quiet a number of times. He didn't want to answer my questions. Twice I got up to leave, but was persuaded to sit back down. I finally got to ask a question. What was the time of the death of Mr. Dupont? 10 p.m. was Raposo's answer. My response. So you haven't looked at the police witness reports that clearly state from at least 5 people that no one saw Mr. Dupont alive, all saying he did not appear to be breathing, and even one of the witnesses at Pompier stated that they thought he may have had an heart attack. That's in the police witness statements. And you sit there and tell me 10 p.m? I got up and said, we are off, Harvey. As I stood to leave, Raposo had a big pile of my files, probably as tall as a 2-litre bottle, if not taller, on his desk, and he raised his hand and slammed it down on the top file of the pile, saying, Madam Walker, there is nothing in there that will show you are innocent. My reply was, you know who Bob Marley is? Raposo nodded his head. Well, listen to his song, Get Up, Stand Up, because half the story has never been told. And as I hobbled out of the office, I thought to myself, you can fool some of the people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all of the time. As already mentioned, I had a meeting in Niort, APF, at their office. The meeting was good and positive, and it was arranged that Claudia, we had already bonded at the first meeting, and myself would go to the powerlifting gym in Poitiers so I could begin my training. I had a bench and some weights at home, and the adaptation that they made for me at the Grand Fair, but I needed to be coached in powerlifting and get my license to compete. I needed to be affiliated to a powerlifting gym. Claudia and I set off to the gym in Poitiers. The coach Patrick wasn't there, he was on holiday. A bit of a mix-up in the arrangements, but a really kind lady phoned Augustine and said if we came back in about an hour, he would be able to see us. Claudia made a phone call to her office to explain our delay, and we went for a drink of hot chocolate and cake until it was the right time. It was great to have this time with Claudia, for we had bonded on our first meeting. She was full of enthusiasm and had a belief in me. We went to meet Austin, a really great guy who sorted out some paperwork and arranged for me to go back to train with Patrick the following Wednesday. With the distance there and back and my training, it took up all the afternoon, but the boys weren't at Lycée on Wednesday afternoons, so they would feed the animals and sort them out for me. Now my road to regaining strength had begun. I also did some research in the UK and contacted Taylor's gym in Liverpool and spoke with Danny Taylor, the owner. He was willing to help me and take me on, so I arranged to call and see him for a quick visit when I went to the UK in a couple of weeks. Danny had a sudden emergency on the date we had arranged. He offered me a different time, but I couldn't make it. I was up north and didn't have much time in the UK. Maybe only 4 days. There wasn't a problem. I would visit Liverpool on my next visit to the UK. My visit to the UK was very short. I stayed with Kay and Dembo and also Susan. I was well looked after and it was so wonderful to be amongst friends. Susan took me to my parents. My mum looked ill. She had lost a lot of weight and had spent a lot of time in bed. We chatted and I told them I would try and see them again before I left the UK. Dembo took me on the second visit to my parents. They loved Dembo and were pleased to see him. As we left, I said, "Dembo, my mum is dying. I can see it in her eyes. She's really sick." It was a difficult thing to accept, but now I had a different take on life after my accident. I didn't fear death or loss. I just prayed that people didn't suffer and my mum would leave earthly sufferings behind, to allow herself a peaceful energy within her soul and embrace the beautiful energies and love she would receive as she left the earthly plane. I would later, gratefully, be able to return to say my goodbyes. End of chapter. Chapter 33. A massive pile of nothing and my last recordings in July 2019. What is that which stands higher than words? Action. What is it that stands higher than action? Silence. Francis of Assisi. Back in France, I had got into the routine of going to the gym on Wednesday afternoons. On Wednesday the 5th of June 2019, Patrick had to video me lifting to send to Handisport, so they would allow me a licence. I had already sent them a medical certificate from the doctor, Dr. Dinu, in March, so they just needed this to complete the application. I continued to train with Patrick each week, and then on the 15th of July, I had begun my training online with Danny Taylor 4 times a week. I was now getting stronger, but it's not just your physical body that benefits from the training. You also benefit your mind, and mine still had loads to deal with. I was also looking forward to having a meeting with Pasquale in the Grand Fur to try and fabricate a new, sturdier adaptation for Stubby to be able to bench press. At last I was back in the gym. Around this time I had signed a letter from Allianz to say I wanted a different solicitor, one that could speak English for my appeal. But I heard nothing back from them. This big, all-singing, all-caring, all-doing international insurance company, Allianz, just ignored my signed document. They did nothing. It was as if I was swept under the carpet. Their duty of care to their paying customer non-existent. The fact that Mr. Raposo had gossiped how bad I was at court in April 2019, and now I was aggressive. Here's that word again. It must be a textbook word you have to use to try and discredit a person and hide the truth. Is client confidentiality not being honoured or carried out? Because I got to hear this from Sandra, the office worker at the Allianz office in Parthenay. Nice, very professional, Mr. Raposo. But this need to gossip about his client's private information would not stop there. I thought these professionals had a code of conduct to uphold, don't they? So I never got contacted and was never offered another solicitor, though I had signed a document to say I requested and needed one. Be careful which insurance company you choose to have your back. Allianz, in my case, did not live up to all its wonderful PR and sales pictures. They totally abandoned me and their duty of care that they were legally bound to. Now I had to represent myself, so I needed that big pile of files that Raposo had aggressively, may as well use the word too, slammed his hand on at our last meeting. The information he said that wouldn't prove my innocence. Okay, let's see what's in this massive pile of nothing. In the years I had now been exposed to this French justice system, I realised that it was far from just, and they had the cheek to have an insignia in the courtrooms and on the police uniform, showing a balanced set of scales for the justice they so efficiently provided. Really? Is that what it symbols? Who are you trying to kid? How very bizarre and ironic. I now took heed from Albert Einstein's wise words. Unthinking respect for authority is the greatest enemy of the truth. Every encounter I had with authority was only proving Einstein's quote time after time after time, and it wouldn't even stop at the appeal court. Seeing as Allianz had abandoned me, though I was still paying them monthly for the privilege, I needed to get the documents to prepare for the appeal. I had very little given to me throughout the years, though requested, and the little I had was all in French. On the 11th of July 2019, I sent a signed for registered letter to Cabinet AVC in Briswire, addressed to Hugo Raposo. On the 12th of July 2019, I got the AR form back from La Poste, confirming the letter was received and signed for. This letter requested my documents and the time I would be there, and if not convenient to let me know, and I would gladly come at a different day or time to fit in with his availability. I didn't really need to, or want to, see him, just my files. No letter, no contact, no reply. So, Avi and I went to collect my case files. I even had a big shopping bag to put them in because there were that many. Remember the pile he had indicated that held nothing to help my case sat on his desk? The game was now about to start. I had realised in January 2017 in my police interrogation that some sort of dishonest game was being played. Now, in 2019, I had more understanding of the way these games were played. With their arrogance and their egos, plus the stolen power, they never thought anyone would actually challenge or question the rules of their games. So they panicked and were desperate. The lies got bigger and they exposed themselves with more clarity. The smoke and mirrors became clear and transparent. The hole they had dug and pushed me into, they were now being forced to jump in. By now I had painfully, determinedly crawled and dragged myself out of that dark, evil abyss and was behind a wall of safety. The wall built out of integrity and truth. A wall unavailable for them because they just couldn't stop lying, so they would never be able to get out of the hole, trapped by their own lies and cover-ups. Due to staffing shortage, they had not had time to prepare the file. Prepare? The file? All that was needed was for them to carry the pile of files to reception, and I put them in my shopping bag, and that's it. Why did they need to be copied? He was no longer involved in my case. This information coming from the receptionist. We all know how they can be. I requested that I speak to Raposo. He arrived and said a load of bullshit, and that if we returned on the Friday, the 26th, it would be ready for me. Okay, thank you. We will return on Friday. Is that a good time for you, Mr. Raposo? I politely asked. Yes, was the reply. Round 1, game on, mess them about, piss them off, and tell lies. They will eventually go away and give up. Don't underestimate me, Mr. Raposo. I'm a Libran and from Yorkshire. Round 2, 26th of July 2019, we arrived. This dismissive, self-important receptionist presented me with this thin file and a paper to sign, all in French, which I believe stated that I accepted what they gave me. Harvey explained that we needed all the files. She said, that's it. I looked through the thin file which she was trying to hide below the counter. I reached down and got it, and I looked through it. There wasn't one photo. I asked, where's the photos from the police? Then she got really nasty and said something like, we can't afford to print all that out. I said, you don't. Just give me the originals. This case is no longer Raposo's. Well, she went off on one. Then you should have brought a USB. My response, why didn't you tell me that? She continued with her cocky tone. We have sent you the files via your email. No, you sent me blank pages, was my reply. She then started pointing her finger at me. I thought, why am I talking to a receptionist? I said, I'm not talking to you. You aren't even a solicitor. I would like to see Mr. Raposo, please. Her answer, you can't. He's at the New York office. That summed him up. Make an appointment when you're not here so you can hide. My small female dog, Peggy, has more balls than him. Okay, I said. I'm going to sit in the waiting area until you get me all my files. I went to sit down. She followed me into the waiting area, shouting some bloody abuse, pointing her finger at me again. I said, I am not talking to you. Go away. Then she got Raposo on the phone, who requested to speak to Harvey, not me. I was quite pissed off by now. I said, Harvey, don't speak to him. He wants to trap you. He can speak to me. But he wouldn't speak to me. I wonder why, coward. Then this woman appeared, a solicitor, I think, and started throwing her weight around. I said, it's quite simple. Just give me my files and I will leave. Her superior sounding voice said, you can't have it. You have to be a solicitor. I thought, and these people have studied the law for years. My informed reply, no, I don't. Okay, you sign and date a statement saying you are refusing to give me my files, which I am lawfully entitled to, and I will leave without the files. But for some reason she wouldn't do that. Why not? Then she got angry and aggressive. That word again, but she did. I was the other end of it. And said that she would call the police. I said, do you think that scares me? Call them, and I will tell them that you are refusing to give me what I have a legal right to have. Call them. I will sit here and wait for them. Yes, you guessed it. Funnily enough, she never called them. You see, weak bullies can only bully and usually lie. When you stand up to them, you expose how weak and pathetic they really are. I requested a piece of paper and pen and started writing. She was now ignoring my existence and asked Harvey what I was doing and why I was taking so long. I said, because I have only one hand and I can't write so good with it. She then wrote some address down if I had a complaint. I could contact them. Guess who sails that ship? Another load of solicitors. They set up these complaint procedures by the very same establishments and people you are complaining about. It's part of the game. The average person doesn't really have any human rights. If you dare to question the rules of these powerful controlling establishments, you are given the runaround and usually have to stand alone. This is what I wrote on the sheet of paper. Penelope Walker, date of birth 7/10/64. I arrived to collect my files on the 26th of the 7th, 2019. The information was at the A.V. Ode's office, Brisweer, 79308 Brisweer. The file offered was not complete. No DVDs, photos or other information which I asked for and needed. I asked them to sign a piece of paper saying that they would not give me the full number of files which I had a right to under the Equality of Arms Act. This is the second time I have been to collect my files. It must be noted that I am representing myself and not using a solicitor. They acted unlawfully, unkindly and threateningly. I then signed and dated it. This was for my records because I was in a game that could be, shall I say, untruthful. But the bully had given me an idea. I will go to the police. They are breaking the law, not giving me what is lawfully mine. Let's see what these enforcers of the balanced scales of justice do. It's what the badge that's sewn on their uniform displays. Surely they must believe and honour what it stands for: equality, fairness, and a person's rights. Or are all these rights a smokescreen to keep the masses quiet, in their place, unchallenging, swimming in an ocean of injustice? Yep, you guessed it, not interested. The young man on the desk said he would take details and got hold of a small post-it pad. Where do you think that would go as soon as my back is turned and out of the door? No, I said, I want to make an official complaint. I wasn't allowed. It wasn't what they dealt with. Was his response? My next question. Pointing at his uniform. So why the badge then? I have been treated unjustly, and it's not your department? I think their training programme must have a high percentage of training to teach them how to avoid a person who is being unjustly treated and has the courage to ask for help. There must be a hell of a lot of insomniacs in these sort of jobs. How do they sleep at night? With the cover-ups, untruths, and the manipulations of situations they turn a blind eye to. But it's slowly changing. The universe has had enough, and the people's justice is getting stronger by the day, because this justice comes from the love of their fellow man, woman and child. Round 3 now began. Mr. Raposo on the 29th of July 2019 sent me an email with the third expert Christopher Lindon's report and 3 videos showing the Seat, my car, overtaking the Peugeot, with the Seat being a left-hand car, not a right-hand car, to simulate this alleged aggressive high-speed overtaking and pulling in too early. Unbelievably, he didn't even bother to put the correct car in, even when told he had made that mistake. Is that because it would have resulted in a different conclusion than that which was asked for? This major mistake surely was not a lawfully submittable piece of evidence. Yet that's the one they all quoted and used in their kangaroo court. Mr. Raposo also stated that the full file had been sent via LAR, a registered and signed for postal method. My email back on the 29th of July 2019, translated into French, was: "Hello, Mr. Raposo. I am going to request through a different channel my full files, including all correspondence, all DVDs, USBs and photos from all parties involved, including the 3 experts, and the information including all photos from the police, Madame Simon, Cabinet Erget. I am shocked that you withheld this information from me on both the 22nd of July and Friday, the 26th of July 2019. In your email dated the 29th of July 2019, you state my full files have been sent by LAR. Let's hope this is true. However, my lack of trust and confidence that all my files will be sent gives me no choice but to continue down my other options to obtain my full files, which I am lawfully entitled to. Yours sincerely, Penelope Walker." I had refused the envelope when it arrived. It was so thin. It had open edges so the USBs could have easily fallen out. It had no security. I wasn't going to accept it. What happened to the big pile in his office? What was he hiding in those files? On the 31st of July 2019, I got this email from Mr. Raposo. "Dear Madam, the registered mail containing a copy of your file, as well as a USB key containing the videos reconstruction of the accident, has been refused by you. This letter was returned to me today with the following message: letter refused by receptions. I take note of this and deplore your questionable and paradoxical attitude, of which I admit to not understanding the reason. Please be advised, dear Madam, the expression of my distinguished feelings." My response was to send the following email on the 31st of July 2019 at around 10:30 to 10:45 a.m. "Dear Mr. Raposo, I received your email on the 31st of July 2019 at 09:38. I refused the letter because I requested my full files, the weight and size of the envelope clearly indicating that this was not my full files. Security was a problem. There were gaps on both sides of the envelope. The contents in transit could have easily fallen out, i.e. the USB. If you were to send my full files, as requested already, with a list of the contents prior to its arrival, then I would gladly sign for the full files if I believe it's complete. The fact you confess not to identify the purpose of my request for my full files only goes to strengthen that my decision to no longer want you to represent me is indeed the correct decision. My next email to Mr. Raposo was sent on the 3rd of August 2019. Dear Mr. Raposo, today, Saturday, the 3rd of August 2019, I again refused to sign for an envelope sent by you. Although the envelope was more secure with no gaps for any items to fall out, the size and thickness was the same as that sent and refused on the 31st of July 2019. I will repeat myself again. I have no problem signing for my full files. And if you refer to the email sent to you on the 31st of July 2019, a list of the contents prior to you sending it would be a logical thing to do, so I know what I'm signing for. I am sure you will agree that it's a full file that I need to be able to prepare for the appeal. I look forward to receiving my full files. Yours sincerely, Penelope Walker. I then received a reply on the 5th of August 2019 at 10:30 am from Mr. Raposo. Dear Madam, my registered mail included, in accordance with your request, a summary slip of the part of the complete file. An indication in my last registered letter, I will no longer send your file back by registered mail because I am tired of incurring unnecessary costs. You can bring a trusted relative to my Brisbane office and collect the documents from your file when it has been returned to me by post. I refuse to let you disturb my staff and the other clients of the firm again with your indignant attitude. Your new lawyer, if you appoint one, can also, if necessary, write to me so that I can send him the documents in your file, which I will do upon receiving his request. Please be advised. Please accept, dear madam, the expression of my distinguished feelings. Signed by Mr. Raposo. My reply on the 5th of August 2019. Dear Mr. Raposo, I thank you for your email which arrived at 10:30 am on August the 5th, 2019. You are well aware that you are not sending my full files, which is essential for my appeal. The reason for you withholding some of its contents is disturbing and unlawful. In the email, you also state you refuse to give me my full files. You have yet to provide a list of what you are prepared to give me. I will no longer be contacting you on this matter, for it is obvious that you will not give me my full files. I therefore have to try and get the information from a different source. Your refusal to hand over my full files fills me with suspicion, but it also fills me with strength to get the truth and to fight for my rights. I pray that you and your family are never served an injustice. Thank you for your email. Have a great day. Penelope Walker. After so many years of being blinded and not given the rules of the games that these people were playing, I started to see some basic tactics of the game. Never give them the information you don't want them to see or talk about. Ignore a person's basic human rights to a fair and just trial, and give them the runaround to wear them down. If that person is at a disadvantage because their native tongue is not that of those playing the game, just use that to your advantage. Don't provide anything in their native tongue and bully them to sign legal documents they don't understand. They will be such an easy target. They won't fight back. when you do fight back, they play the game even dirtier, with more bullying and more ignoring of your basic human rights. I am a human being, am I not? But that's okay. I have got an appeal. They will play fair without things going missing and being sabotaged. It's the whole point of an appeal. They will see that Christopher Lindo didn't put a right-hand car into his calculations to obtain his report. They would also see that nobody actually did a legally required medical procedure, that is, an autopsy, to legally define the cause of death of an 85-year-old and what was actually in the system of an aged person of perfect health. A quote from Geraldine Dauphine in court on the 15th of April 2019. What was really in his system? Prescribed drugs, maybe? Or dare I mention the word alcohol? Also, remember, Geraldine Dauphine, their solicitor, stated in court that the family does not like the idea the couple could have drunk. See the game? She didn't even say alcohol. As I have said before, it's not what people say, it's what they don't say. What they go to great lengths to avoid saying, hiding and camouflage. If forced to go anywhere near the truth, they are desperately trying to hide. So why is it that no autopsy was done? Why aren't this big family jumping up and down demanding why Madam Walker wasn't tested for alcohol? Who knows? Maybe I was tested, but I don't drink and drive. It is one of the biggest causes of fatality on French roads, plus aged drivers on prescribed drugs. This is my last recording. My dictaphone is now full. It was on the 27th of July 2019. This is what I will include now.
Hello, it is the 27th of July 2019. It is quite a while since I actually recorded anything. Many reasons for that, but I will quickly go through the time. In December 2018 I reached an extreme low. It was sheer disappointment in everything and everybody. The way I was being treated, just real downtime. But I realised that you have to get so low to have a choice. You either climb back up or you give up. I chose to climb back up. The struggle has been really difficult. It's been many knockbacks. But today I decided it was time to get things up to date. So the main thing that happened this year, 2019, was on April the 15th, 2019. It was the court date. I told no one of the date and I went to my own. The solicitor saw me maybe a week before. The communication with the solicitor has been extremely poor. On that occasion, he discussed my memory that I had in September 2018 while in Nantes hospital having another operation to take the metal out of my leg. I gave this information to the insurance in September 2018. We are now at the end of March 2019 and the solicitor has yet to send this information to the court. His excuse was he needed to discuss it with me. He could have done that in September, October. So,
From that information, I thought, there's something very, very odd going on here. He's no compassion, he's nothing about him to defend me. He was the meeting was very short, and it was great disappointment. This just continued throughout the day of April the 15th. I realised as I saw the judge that she was going to have me. The day was beyond words to describe. I was thrown to the lions, and everybody had a piece of me. Even my own solicitor, in his summary, said I had difficulty accepting things. I was distraught. I had to defend myself. On questioning, I brought up questions that nobody would answered me. I brought up the point of all these people that are suing me. I got dismissed with that. I brought up the point of alcohol, got dismissed with that. I brought up the point of not knowing any medication, no autopsy. I actually said, when she asked me about, which was a very sort of uninterested, vague questioning, she never listened to me. She asked about I said, about my memory, you've seen my memory? She said, yes. She more or less said it was convenient, and said, you didn't even remember Christmas before. I said, yes, but the situation was, I was in an environment that was put in directly after the accident. I was helicoptered. All the stimulation just brought my memory back. My memory was it was written down, and it consisted of me remembering that there was a problem with the car. The man, which I didn't know at the time was a man, but the person at the wheel was slumped. He was either asleep or having difficulty. The car was moving from side to side, and the passenger had hold of the wheel. I then made the decision to get the hell out of that situation, and that's when things happened. She dismissed it just dismissed my memory. And then I said, well, we can find out from the autopsy. I knew they didn't have an autopsy, what time of death was. She got quite annoyed about this, and she stated that it was 10 o'clock. That's when the doctor pronounced him dead. She also stated to me, if he was slumped to the wheel, the car would have slowed down. And I just said, not if his foot was still on the acceleration. I'm just stood there thinking, they are just going to absolutely slaughter me. And for what reason? There is no evidence. The elderly couple, no longer are here. He was 85, an information that has never been mentioned. I only found that out recently. The 12th of the 12th, 1931. He was 85 years old. In the summary from the solicitors, she said that they was concerned that they could have been drinking. The family was concerned they could have been drinking, which means that they could have been drinking. She didn't outrightly say they didn't drink. She also stated that they were an aged couple but in perfect health. At 85, you can't be in perfect health. She also said that the weaving, documented by the experts, was a normal way to drive. Hello, not in my life. I don't weave about on the roads. It absolutely reeked. I was distraught. I was so distraught. My solicitor did not help. In fact, he never communicated with me at all. After the hearing, I got sentenced for 3 years suspended prison sentence. I got charged with homicide, involuntary homicide, which means murder. I got banned from driving. I got banned from taking a test, driving test. I got everything. I was just could not believe it. I did. The judge dismissed me. Nobody was absolutely on my side at all, and that included my insurance. and my solicitor. After this, me being the person I am, and that's the problem, nobody knows my compassion and my personality, I was distraught. I went to the family members that were there and I said to them, I'm really sorry for your loss, but I did not do it. I did not kill your parents. One of the sons said, shook my hand and said, just look after those boys. I spoke to the daughter. The solicitor grabbed hold of my shoulder, their solicitor, and dragged me away. I said, just you leave off. It's over now. I'm talking to somebody who's lost their parents. And she spoke English. She's actually a doctor, the daughter. And I said, I didn't do this. I didn't kill your parents. And I know that they know something. Why will they not release the medical information? Anyway, I'm absolutely distraught. They've interpreted that as aggression. They want to try having the amount of treatment I've had. They're losing your hand, being accused and accused and accused year after year of something that has never been investigated. Yes, if you want to call it aggression, I call it absolute desperation. Desperation to be heard, desperation to just get the truth out there. I asked the solicitor, I can appeal. No, Madam Walker, do not appeal, you cannot appeal. You will get a bigger sentence and you will not win. I said, what sentence will I get? Well, they chop my right hand off as well. I said, the only reason you don't want to appeal is because you don't believe me. So that was the response. He said, you have 10 days. I said, look, I will not make this decision now. I'll come and visit you before the 10 days. Oh no, Madam Walker, can't possibly see you in 10 days. Ridiculous. I was distraught. If I had a gun, I would have shot myself. To be attacked and to be accused like that is so destroying. The crazy thing is, if for 1 second I thought that I had caused any accident, turn the radio on, whatever, I would have said it the moment my eyes opened in the intensive care. So, I get home, I don't sleep, I read some of the notes that the interpreter had made, and I realise that he said that Madam Walker finds it difficult to accept things. At 4 o'clock that morning I sent him an email requesting that I have an appeal. It's my right to have an appeal and I want an appeal. The summary from the other solicitors, by the way, the other solicitors are probably the biggest solicitors in France, the most famous solicitors in France from Bordeaux. He's always in the media, he's always talking, he's famous for the boob job which went worldwide of the problems, and he sued the company that is massive. This solicitor is not somebody from Brisbane. This solicitor is massive, and it all starts to make sense. Everybody is scared to death of it. That's why my solicitor was leaning on the table of their solicitor and talking chat. Never came once near me in the court. Never once came towards me. I honestly think that this has been pre-arranged by the insurance company and they're all in it together. I know people say that's paranoid, but what other reason is there for this such injustice? So, on a better note, I picked myself back up and said, right, that's it. I turned to training. I train once a week in Poitiers in a powerlifting gym, and I've correspondence training from a gym in Liverpool by Danny. I am focusing as hard as I can, and I will continue to make that more of a priority to train to try and compete in the Paralympics. It is the only thing that I have got that stops me from absolutely being destroyed. So now I'm continuing with the case. The insurance, they want to get rid of me. I told them I did not want that solicitor. I went and she did a letter say I no longer required the solicitor. I wanted an English-speaking solicitor. Not one piece of information has ever been translated into English. Not one piece of correspondence has ever been in English. It is outrageous. This is an international company. It has got access to English-speaking employees. So, nothing has come back about a new solicitor. So I made this after looking and looking at the paperwork, which I will not state here, the things I found in the documents that I have, which aren't many, was horrendous. Cannot believe what has been going on. So I decided that there's only one person on this planet that is going to defend me, and that is me. So now I am defending myself. So that brings us to yesterday. I have instructed an interpreter, a translator, who is going through the paperwork with me. It's all in French. I am getting a file together to present to the appeal court in Poitiers. It is amazing, really, what's going on. She's composed a letter for me, which I sent by registered post to the solicitors, and I told them that on the 22nd of July I will be coming in for my file. I am representing myself and I will be coming in for my file. I also notified them. I said, if there's any problem with this, please send me an email. No correspondence. Me and my son Harvey turned up on the 22nd. Nothing. They acknowledged the acceptance of the letter. It was on their computer, but nothing. The solicitor, Mr. Raposo, came down because I wasn't happy. Came down and said, you cannot, it's not ready. The staff have been on holiday and it's not ready. I said, okay then, when do you want us to come back? Friday. Went back Friday. He happens not to be there, the coward that he is. He happens not to be there. The receptionist gives me like 3 pieces of, like, I don't know how many pieces, I didn't count, but there's like 3 pieces of articles. I flicked through them. One was the expert's report. The other one was something to do with the money that all these family are claiming of me, and the other one was another report which she sent that morning by email, and it didn't come out. It wasn't there. It was blank. So I got her to. I said, "Well, that's blank." I showed her the email. I says, "That doesn't work. I can't see it." She says, "We can't photocopy it. It's expensive to photocopy." And I'm thinking, what, €300 an hour? You can't do photocopy it. And why are they photocopying it? Why isn't it just been given to me? I no longer employ them. They're no longer part of my life. I don't want them to work for me. Why have I got to get photocopies? Why are they keeping my file? So, this was what happened yesterday when I went back on Friday. So yesterday was Friday. When I went back on Friday, this is what I was given. I took a shopping bag in, knowing when we last had a meeting with the solicitor, it was really a lot of files. And he slammed his hand on the files and said, "Madam Walker, there is nothing in there that can get you an appeal." 3 times I got up to leave because I was disgusted in him. This is me who's getting done for double murder. Right? He didn't even know, because when the judge said about the time of death, I started investigating it. There is 4 statements made by the police, as it happened, taken by the police, 1 from the first witness that arrived and 3 from the pompiers, that state that the man had no life. The man was dead way before 10 o'clock. They didn't even try to resuscitate him. That is in the file. That is statements made and documented by the police. It's gathered information. When I went to his meeting, after the 10 days in April, my first question was, the judge said that he died at 10 p.m. What's your reaction to that? He must have died at 10 p.m. That's my solicitor. I said, well, funnily enough, if you have bothered to read the file, there's 4 statements categorically saying one is 8:40, one is 9:05. He was well and truly dead before, which would explain my memory. And if we could get the medical records, then we would know that he were probably, we'll never know if he were drinking. I know he were drinking. My gut knows. The first thing I said when I opened my eyes, he were pissed. He were all over the road, he were pissed. Right? The first thing I said, he'd been to some friends in St. Pompon at the Perot time. His age group, his generation, they don't just drink, they drink contraband. They went to a farm, his friends were farmers. He'd driven 2.5 hours from Cognac at 85 years old. What had he done that day? All these questions I have never had answers to. All these questions I've been asked and I answered. They know exactly what I've been doing. So, this is the situation. Yesterday, I went for my file. Would not accept it. I said to the receptionist was giving me a load of, you can't have a right. This is a receptionist, not a solicitor, not anybody with any legal ability whatsoever. I said, look, no problem. I'm going to just sit in that waiting room and you get somebody who has got some authority. You get your boss down here and tell me what's happening with my file, because that is not my file. There's no DVD. I says, where's the DVDs? If you wanted a DVD, you should have brought a USB. I says, nobody mentioned USB to me. And the fact is, why should I bring a USB when it's my file? I'm not having a solicitor, it's my file. Anyway, so words was had. This solicitor came down, started throwing away back. But before then, I was sitting in the waiting room, and the receptionist came in, shouting at me and pointing a finger and blah blah blah. Didn't understand a word she was saying because it was all in French. Blah 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 blah. I said, look, I've got rights to them files. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to somebody professional. You're a secretary. You're nobody's. You shouldn't even know what's in my file. The professionalism of this group is ridiculous. So, this is the situation. This woman starts going on at me, and I'm like, she says, are you going to sign that? I said, no, I am not. Do you know these people, you can't have a civil conversation with them. They're just treating you like imbeciles. They treat you like you're stupid. There's 2 people in the waiting room, obviously clients waiting. So my next vision is that they will have state witnesses from them that I was aggressive. That's all I'm getting. Even, 2 days after the accident, this police have put I aggressively overtook. Didn't say I carefully overtook. They make the assumption I aggressive. The word aggressive seems to be in this French language when they're in wrong. When they're trying to lie, when they're trying to cover something up, they put the word aggression in, so that it makes me, they're trying to down my character, they're trying to make me see. So what? If they see it as aggression, that's their problem. They want to try having their hand cut off. They want to try being bloody accused of double murder. They want to try to not be investigated. They want to try to have their questions not answered. Let's see what they feel like. This is not aggression. This is sheer desperation and sheer disappointment in the frigging way I have been treated in a so-called justice system. If you want to class it as aggression, I have no doubt that they will be witness statements. But anyway, so she then said, I will phone the police. And I went, phone them? Don't bloody bother. I says, I want to see your manager. She's given me this name, not a name of a person, a name of a place, but I think it's a complaint place, Barrington or something, where you write when you're complaining about, it's in, when you want to complain about a solicitor. I said, well, 4 times. I said to her, well, I need the prenom, which means the name. I need the name. I can't just write to nobody. She says, oh, you can't have that, you can't have that. And then at some point, the solicitor is on the phone requesting to speak to my son. I says, Harvey, you don't speak to him. I says, it's a game they're playing, you do not speak to him. What? He should have been there. He arranged it for Friday. And the amount of paperwork that they gave me, what the hell is the delay? I bet there weren't 50 sheets. There must have been less than 50 sheets. And no DVDs, no photographs, nothing. Why did we have to wait? So this is the third time I'm trying to get me information, which I have got a human right to under the Equality of Arms. So I asked this solicitor, will you write on a piece of paper, she could understand English but she chose not to, will you write on a piece of paper that you are refusing to give me my documents and sign it? She went, no, I won't. No, I won't. I says, right then. I says, phone the police. I says, I'm writing a letter here and now stating what's gone on. I says, can I have a piece of paper and pen? She gave me a piece of paper, or the secretary gave me a piece of paper. I started writing what had gone on. The way she threatened me, the way that they refused to give me my file, etc. She then disappeared with his clients. Why she didn't call the police? What would she call the police for? I was sat quietly writing a letter. They weren't going to give me my file that I had a right to. So I asked, all right, I'll go to the police. So after we left this building, we phoned the police prior and we went to the police and we spoke to the police. At first there wasn't much help. It was a young guy and the receptionist and then another guy and then this other guy, a more mature police officer, walked past and I said, oh, can you not help me? I said, I'm trying to get my file. I've got a prison sentence I'm getting done for double murders. There's been no autopsy, there's been no blood taken, there's been no medical records. This person was 85-year-old and nobody's listening to me and they expect me to take the sentence when the investigation's been crap. They don't even know the half of it. I'm keeping that well under wraps. I don't trust a soul in this investigation. So this is the situation. He did help. He gave the same address but with a name to the place where you complain about solicitors. He also suggested we go to Poitiers, to the appeal court, and request a full copy of our file. He says that's all you can do. He says the solicitor should have asked for medical records. The solicitor, you can represent yourself because of the sort of sentence you've been given. You are entitled to represent yourself and they should be giving you all that information. So here we are. I am sort of like, I've turned to the universe, I've turned to the powers that be because they have guided me from every day. I have books that Mel has given me, I have books that I have got and I open them and they just give me a message. Last night the message was have faith in God and have confidence. I think that's all I have left. This society is really, really corrupt. I am trying to give love to this situation. I'm trying to just see the situation for what it is. But people keep battering me. So what I have to do is keep picking myself up. I will never have any communication with that solicitor's company again. I am giving everything up to the universe and the powers. There has got to be right. There has got to be justice. If this goes all the way to the European Court, so be it. I feel this is not just for me, I feel this is for a lot of people. If people like me in this situation do not make a case of it, there is no comparison for other people in this situation. If I can get this out there, then other people in similar situations can benefit. I am distraught, and this is going on in my life when I have been classed as 80% disabled. I have one hand and I'm trying my best to get strong again. This has got to come to an end, and it will. When? I don't know. I have just got to stay patient and give all the confidence from powers that are much more powerful than our society. That's it.
27 minutes. I am only about halfway through 2019, and it's been major battles, deceit and lies. What were these people so scared of? Why the cover-ups and secrecy? Is this what the human race was about? If so, I want no part of it. What's happened to honesty, integrity, love, and the concern for the well-being of your fellow man? Kindness, the truth, upholding the law, applying the law in a fair and just way. Do I even belong on this planet that allows this dishonesty to be the norm? The way that society is structured and allowed to behave isn't my normality, and I never want it to be. In the following months, I will be allowed to see that not all of society functions like this, and there are amazing, kind, honest humans that don't buy into those cruel parts of society. Instead, they care for other humans on this planet of lunacy. That is where the true strength and power of our society resides. End of chapter.